Huh?
I bet on every team with a player named Mike.
That's dumb.
It's Mike Knight.
Brother, you got the points.
It's Mike Knight.
Bro, the steals.
Ooh. Mike Knight.
But the...
Take your negativity and put it over there.
Positive you're going to lose money.
She can get hot fast.
What a move!
My goodness, she is electric.
It is going to be fun to watch her. Underway with the first ever NBA Finals in the city of San Francisco. Brown, and says it with his chest. They leave Curry all alone. He's hotter than fish grease. Jaylen Brown got it. Goes around the world. Steph Curry. Thompson lost the hand to Williams. First one to the floor. White for three. He's made every important timely shot. They turn it over out of the timeout, and Al Horford with another three ball. Wide open Smart. Cash.
Getting ready for game 2 tonight. Jason Tatum going through his pregame routine. 8 Eastern time. The opening tip here from San Francisco. Big part of the win, of course, the Celtics bench. Derek White with 21. He was a plus 25. Peyton Pritchard had 8 points in 15 minutes, and he was a plus 14. Between games, he spoke with 3D.
All right, thanks, guys. Here with Double P. That's what I'm going to call you right now with all that confidence. But take me through game 1, how all you guys off the bench were locked in and ready to go.
You know, I think we just got to try to – we were all trying to provide a spark off the bench. Everybody's nerves was, you know, going with the first time. So, but definitely locked in. We're just trying to figure out how to get a W and try to get this chip.
After Marcus Smart kind of called out the team a little bit back in November, it seemed like the defensive focus as a whole got better. Take us through that on a day-to-day basis.
For sure. I mean, we try to hang our hat defensively, and I think that's shown. Everybody that checks into the game comes in with I think Draymond even said it, like 110%, you know, defensively. So we definitely hang our hat on that end of the ball.
JT and JB are really showing that leadership is huge. They know when to score, but when Tatum doesn't shoot the ball well, how big is it for him to have 13 assists?
Oh, that's unbelievable. I mean, there's so many ways they can affect the game. So, you know, the last game, that just showed. I mean, even when the shot's not going, he can draw 2, kick, and we got to do our job and make things easier for him.
And we know Steph and Klay, they're going to bring their A game. They don't want to go down 0-2. How's the defensive focus have to stay the same way?
Just making things tough. I mean, we got to just, you know, every shot they hit got to be tough, nothing easy. We gave Steph some easy ones, but, I mean, they're unbelievable players, so they're going to hit tough shots, but we just got to make everything tough.
Last one for you. How tough is it for you not knowing when your name's called, but you came in and knocked down some big shots during the fourth quarter?
I can be tough, but, I mean, I try to prepare, you know, through my work ethic, everything, staying ready. So when my number is called, I don't have to get ready. I'm already ready.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
Already ready. The Celtics defense didn't necessarily look like it was ready at the start of game 1 when Steph Curry lit him up for 21 points, including 6 threes. What was the adjustment they made the rest of the way?
Well, in the pick and roll, they call it drop when a big stays back or whoever is guarding the screener. And what they adjusted to, the screener guy was guarding the screener was up. But not only that, just watching some of the Celtics defense, it is just amazing to watch. We're always talking about offense, but watch the effort and the second effort. As you can see, the pump fake, Al comes to help. Jason Tatum doesn't give up on the play. They are out getting after it. This is finals defense at its best. The #1 team in the regular season defensively, but the #1 team obviously in the playoffs. But I love Derek White right here. This is the Spurs pushing baseline. Everybody's all over that. They did a nice job in all of these clips. We'll get a chance to Celtics. They are taking up space. Here's the drop coverage. Al is up. Robert Williams is up. Marcus Smart is fighting through. This is the type of defense you have to have against Steph Curry. You can't make him have easy looks, and that's a great contest. And I thought Robert Williams played well. I know he didn't play a lot of minutes, but 4 for 4. He had 4 block shots. He had some rebounds. Peyton Pritchard done an excellent job because he said, hey, Steph, if you're going to beat me, you got to beat me going to the rim. Jaylen Brown did a nice job against Klay Thompson. They had active hands. They had deflection. Out of all of the Warriors' shots, Matt, they contested 42% of them. That's close to almost half. And then this one was beautiful by Jason Tatum. They wanted Draymond to take that one, but he still contested late. And then the box out to finish the defense was also beautiful. And you see Al getting out. I love that they stopped dropping and coming up and making Steph have to beat them off the dribble and go around. And the Warriors, they didn't adjust. They never got into the paint.
As we told you before game one, the Celtics were the most switchable defense in the NBA in the regular season. Everybody can basically guard just about everybody. So what's the adjustment for Golden State?
Well, I think, first of all, one of the things that was a problem for Golden State there in game one, Draymond Green and Looney, they weren't really an option out there or a threat on the offensive end. And you know, Boston, as you talked about, their ability to switch interchangeable parts on defense, the multiple efforts that Smitty just talked about. But at times it was 5 for Boston against 3 offensively for Golden State. So, you know, Draymond, we know he doesn't shoot a lot of jump shots, and he even talked about how he needed to play better, but he needs to be aggressive. Doesn't necessarily mean him shooting threes, going downhill, being a playmaker, being more engaged with what he does out there and not be a liability on the offensive end. And then they got to get better ball movement. You know, I think when Boston plays the way they play, you can't slow down. You got to all over the place. You got to get easy baskets in transition and play with better pace in the half court. That pace will create opportunities for scoring, whether from the three-point line or slips to the basket. So, you know, you got to just stick to who you are, but I think they got to be a little bit more aggressive, and I think Draymond Green has to have more of an impact on the offensive end.
Shaq, Steph played 38 minutes in game one. Steve Kerr is fairly stubborn about giving him his rest over the course of his career. Occasionally, if need be, he'll jump over 40. Is tonight already one of those nights when Steph's going to have to play 40, 42 minutes?
I don't think it is. What I'm about to say is so cliche. Golden State needs to play the full 48 minutes. First quarter, ooh. Second quarter, spank them at halftime. Third quarter, ooh. Then fourth quarter, they need to play a full 48 minutes. But listen, this is the finals, and we're talking about you right now.
We're talking about you.
Yeah, we're talking about you right now. This is the time where, listen, they need to play full 48
Lock them up, LB.
minutes, and you got to get it done. Because guess what? You win 3 more games, the season's over. You got 4 or 5 months off. I don't want to hear about that. I need rest. But if you do give them rest, whoever come in, stick up for your man. This is why I'm so big on the others, because I've had many games like Jason Tatum where I wasn't Shaq. I wasn't the 35-17, but Big Shot Bob, B. Shaw, Rick Fox, Mike Penberthy, guys like that. They were able to, help me win a game, and then I say, okay, the mentality of a great player. I'm not going to have 2 bad games in a row. Then I was able to pick it back up. But
lifetime 70%.
Yes, lifetime 75. Tell them, Grant, lifetime 70% for the field goal.
Middle school, high school,
AAU,
backyard. But to Shaq, to your point, I think one of those others has to be Jordan Poole. We haven't got a chance to talk about it. You look in the regular season, averaging, 18 points, and then in the playoffs, averaging 17.8. Can't be 9 in that first game for them to win. You talk about others, that's the others I have to call out. Jordan Poole, he has to be aggressive, have more than 9 points.
Not only 9 points, but 4 turnovers and the worst plus-minus of anybody on the floor for Golden State.
Yeah, look, Golden State, they've been here before. Obviously, the veterans, the guys that have the experience, they're going to set the tone. I expect Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, and Stephen Curry to come out here and send a message and try to lead the rest of their guys to follow. But they're going to need help. They're going to have to get stops, play with more force on the defensive end, and play with confidence. They lost their confidence there in that fourth quarter, which is something we're not accustomed to seeing, just high-powered offense.
Our thanks to unplanned guest Steph Curry for stopping by. I think he's nervous. I don't know if you could tell. Seems like maybe a little nervous.
That ring.
Yeah. Get a focus on that. Camera 1, camera 2. Go and get that. We got 3 seconds left.
We'll get it when we come back.
Is that real?
Camera 2, I said focus.
70%.
There it is.
Right there you go.
There it is. It's bigger than the desk.
That's that Hall of
Just
Fame.
leave that here
right
when
there.
you go to the Bahamas.
All yours, brother.
Then I'll be able to go to the Bahamas.
As iron sharpens iron, so one man sharpens another. It's a proverb that speaks to the power of opposition, a process that smooths out imperfection, hones performance, challenges resolve. Nothing brings out the greatness of a competitor more than a powerful adversary. Through this heightened level of resistance, stars collide, and legends are born.
300 million years ago, there was no Africa, Asia, Americas, or Europe. just one big supercontinent, Pangea. And today, there is still a force connecting those divided by distance, reversing millions of years of rifting, making far feel close, bringing there to here. Turkish Airlines.
Introducing Gatorade Fit. Fitness starts from the inside out. Get healthy, real hydration and no added sugar, artificial sweeteners, or added colors. Fitness starts from within. Gatorade Fit. Healthy, real hydration. All G.
I got this mountain bike for only $11.
DealDash.com, the fair and honest bidding site. This KitchenAid mixer sold for less than $26. This iPad sold for less than $43. And this PlayStation 5 sold for less than $1.
I won these Bluetooth headphones for $20.
I got these 3 suitcases for less than $40.
And shipping is always free.
Go to DealDash.com right now and see how much you can save.
Take control of your health by boosting your force field, the immune system. With the Aura Ring, you can listen to your body's signals and raise your defenses. Aura tells you when your temperature is higher than normal, how to improve your sleep, or if your heart rate shows signs of stress, so you can decide to push yourself or to lie low. Live smarter, stronger, healthier with the Aura Ring. Aura.
One of the best moments, I'm standing there talking with Kareem, and Kareem talks to me like I'm one of his peers. It's like, wow. So then I whispered to Dwayne, I say, man, I'm just having this moment where Kareem is talking to me, and I'm kind of messed up right now, but I got to get together. And so Dwayne looked at me and he goes, yeah, I know how you feel, because it's like you talking to me, and I'm trying to get myself together. So that's how the whole room was that whole night.
NBA 75, the celebration, behind-the-scenes look at the timeless celebration of the NBA's 75th anniversary team during the 2022 NBA All-Star Weekend in Cleveland. Premieres Tuesday at 8 Eastern Time here on NBA TV. Gary Payton was a big part of that, and with us here on Game Time. Welcome in, Jack.
Before we get started, I would like to give you my sincere apology. I talked about the others, and I forgot to name you, because he helped me get my 4th ring. I talked about earlier how Jason Tatum didn't have a great game. I didn't have a great finals at all. D-Wade picked it up, and the others picked it up. Antoine, those guys. And I can remember in the game, I got double. I kick it out to my man. He hit that shot. I know he was going to win. So I'm sorry I didn't mention your name. I apologize, GP. GP, are you with me?
Oh, yeah. Well, let's get your perspective on what the Warriors are going through, not only as the father of one of the Warriors, and we'll get into that in a minute, but as someone who's been through the finals before. You know, there's a perception about the way the series is going to go, and then a game is played, and suddenly everybody looks at it completely differently. From inside, what's going on in the Warriors' heads?
Well, I just think that they have just got to just say, forget it. The game, they messed up in the 4th quarter in Game 1. As Shaq can tell you, we got down 2-0 to Dallas and came back and beat them 4 in a row. Now you just got to get your composure and win this game, make it a 5-game series after that. Then you got to go to Boston, try to steal it back and get home court advantage. Don't worry about nothing else. All that is talk. I just think you got to win this game right here to make it a even series again. And then everybody's going to be talking different again. They're going to be like, oh, Golden State is back, or they're here and that. Yep. Just win tonight, and then you'll make the whole series back to 0.
GP, in your opinion, the adjustments the Warriors have to make defensively, because they gave up a whole bunch of open shots. What would you do defensively that would change the adjustment from that 4th quarter?
Smitty, I wouldn't go in no zone. I can't go in the zone, man. These guys are they're professionals. They're professionals. They can shoot the basketball, and Boston has been shooting the basketball. So everybody
meters, and he's going to hold mine up because I don't have many hands. So the green, obviously, means all good, even though it says panic. Yellow means proceed with caution, because these are panic meteors. You guys can look and understand the colors at the same time. And then, of course, the red is panic. So I'm going to run through some of these storylines of this series. Let's start with the Warriors' Game 1 loss being their first loss this postseason. Teams are just 9-8 in the finals after losing Game 1. So, Christine, let's start with you. How panicked should Golden State be now that they've lost home court in these finals?
I'm going to say green.
Okay, you're good.
Here's why. 2015, they lost Game 1. They've been in this situation before. They've had to overcome a 3-1 deficit, a 2-1 deficit in the playoffs. I think that they're fine. They've been in a situation before where they were able to overcome. I said, I'm curious how they come out tonight. I feel like that obviously will be something huge about this game. But I feel like they don't need to panic right now.
I'm going to go ahead and just... I'm holding up the red one.
Yep.
Because here's why. The Celtics have not lost 2 games in a row since January when they've had their whole team. So already you could argue that the Warriors are in some trouble considering they got to beat them 2 games in a row. If they don't win this game tonight, the Celtics are not losing, short of catastrophic injury. The Celtics are not losing 4 out of 5 to this team.
Okay, actually, I agree with that part.
So I would say a must-win game in the finals is red, panic.
I'm going to go with yellow, okay?
Oh, split the difference.
I'm going to split the difference, proceed with caution. I want to see how these Warriors come out in that first quarter, and if they learn their lesson, take everybody seriously, to your point.
Makes sense.
All right, let's move on.
Very responsible of you.
Thank you. So these playoffs have also been an introduction of a third Splash Brother, your favorite player in Pool Party. But Poole was a no-show in Game 1, scoring 9 points with 4 turnovers, with a gross minus 19 in 25 minutes. How panicked should Golden State be about his effectiveness in this series? Brian.
Okay, so they didn't put him in the best position. First off, they put him out there without Steph Curry on the court in that fourth quarter. He can't create space with Andre Iguodala and Draymond Green, who were with him out there, and no Steph. That was not a position for him to be successful in. So they're going to change their lineups tonight. Number 1, Gary Payton is going to be playing for Iguodala because Iguodala is out. And number 2, I expect them to change the lineups. They're going to put Jordan Poole in a better position to have space. So now we'll say this: you can't play him 28 minutes if he's not going to shoot well. But I think he's still going to have something to say, and I think you'll see a better Jordan Poole tonight.
I'm going to go yellow as well. Here's the thing. As you know, Cass, I'm a huge Poole fan. Jordan Poole has less experience than the Celtics do in the playoffs and in the postseason. So I feel like Jordan Poole wasn't really ready to play. Obviously, this is his first ever final series. He's very young. So I feel like they shouldn't freak out at this moment.
I think I'm going with red. I'm saying a little panic. And I mean by panic, like they need, things got to change because he's not used to this size, physicality of those guards up top. And I just think Jordan specifically, when you're talking about his experience, you mentioned Andre Iguodala. He played 12 minutes. He provided that veteran leadership.
It felt like more.
We haven't, yeah, it did. We have no clue how Gary Payton is going to look. So really,
he's going to play better than Iguodala. That's my analysis.
All I'm saying is this is a red just because there's going to be a spotlight on you, Jordan Poole, because you need to step up. So that's that. Let's move on to the fact that Jordan wasn't the only Warrior who struggled. How about one of the core guys in Draymond Green? And how about another core guy in Klay Thompson, combined for 8 of 26 from the field for 19 points. So how panicked are the Warriors about Klay and Draymond's ability on both ends of the floor, Brian? Wow.
Draymond Green cannot play the way he played again like he did in Game 1. Number 1, he cannot play 38 minutes. And number 2, he cannot hurt them at both ends of the court. And I want to be clear, I really appreciate that Draymond goes on his podcast after the game. I think that's great. I appreciate him taking responsibility. I appreciate him talking to the media. Draymond Green's was a big reason why they lost the game. He got eaten alive at the defensive end. He left Al Horford alone. Al Horford was 5 of 6 shooting when he was the direct defender. He was 2 of 12 from the field. And so here's what I expect tonight. I expect, or at least I will be looking for, I should say, Klay Thompson and Draymond Green to have different roles within the game plan. Look for them to guard different players and look for them to have different responsibilities out on the court. I think Steve Kerr realizes he cannot come back into this game with what he was asking those two guys to do in game one and think it's going to go differently. I think it'll change because I think the game plan is going to totally change it for them.
Wow. I got to panic too. Here's the thing, to your point, Wendy, Draymond saying that he doesn't have to play that well and they still could win that's absolutely wrong. He said that after the game last time. So that's completely wrong. But here's the other thing. Klay Thompson, on the flip side of the Jordan Poole situation, who's never been in this situation before, Klay and Draymond have been in this situation before. So I would expect for them to come out in the same way that Curry did in game one, and they didn't. So I feel like if they're not able to play at this level right now, especially in this series, I feel like it's a huge deal.
I agree with the point. I'm going to go split the difference because I agree with a point that was made on this morning's Hoop Collective podcast about, like, maybe they throw Kevon Looney out just a little bit more. Yeah. But your point is that they're not. Steve Kerr is going to ride or die with Draymond.
I can't see Steve Kerr letting Draymond defend Al Horford the same way again. And it wouldn't surprise me if Draymond isn't even on Al Horford that much.
Wow. So the reason why I'm splitting the difference is because I sort of believe Klay yesterday when he says, I got to go out there and shoot like I'm one of the best shooters that's ever played the game. And I feel like that's going to happen at least at some point in this series. Maybe not tonight, but I think we're going to have a Magic Klay game at some point in this series. So that's why I'm going to go with that. All right, you had an interesting article on ESPN.com, which is our next topic. History is on the line in these finals, okay? Forever rivals, the Celtics and Lakers, currently tied for the most titles in the league history with 17. How panicked are the Lakers now that the Celtics are 3 wins away from passing them in the title race?
So here's the thing. This has been going on for decades.
Oh, yeah.
This is what Jerry Buss wanted when he bought the Lakers, was to pass the Celtics for all-time titles. And it's been an amazing run. Since the year 2000, it's 6 Lakers titles to 1 Celtics title. When they won that title in 2020, they tied them in titles at 17 for the first time since 1963. And this was going to be the year that they added the 18th star to the court, Russell Westbrook. They were going to do it. Oh, no. Oh, no. And let me tell you, I talked to some all-time great Lakers and Celtics. I talked to Magic a couple before game one. I talked to Cornbread Maxwell, who said a quote so profane I can't even say it on this show. These guys
I feel like
really
you can.
care.
I heard what he said. I feel like you can say that.
Should I say what Cornbread
you
said?
You can totally say it. The internet.
He said, you can tell the Lakers to smell our ass on the way by to 18. So, condition red for the Lakers trying to keep the Celtics.
I'm just going to go with it because there's nothing more to say to that.
We're all red. We're all red.
Yeah. We're going to move on to our last and final topic, and that's Jason Tatum. Tatum, 3 of 17 from the field, scoring 12 points. Boston going to need more from Tatum. Even though he was dishing out the ball, they're going to need a little bit more from him shooting-wise. How panicked are you over Tatum's game 1 shooting woes, Christine?
They should be panicked for game 1. I don't think they should be panicked for the rest of the series, though, especially tonight. When you were just talking about the Lakers situation, he's channeling his inner Kobe Bean Bryant. It's game 2, by the way. We know he's going to show up in games 2 and 4 for sure. So,
are you I got him. Kobe numerologist? Are you really?
He showed up in the.
I was trying to think back in my mind, like, did
why?
he have game 2s? Did he have good game 4s?
No, listen, I feel like game 2, he's going to come out.
He's really going to have a great game in game 8. Game 8.
Game 8. It's going to be a good one. But yeah, I think he's going to come out and he's going to see shooting a lot more lights out in this series.
Okay, here's what I challenge everybody to pay attention to with Jason Tatum going forward. We're not going to look at the point total.
Okay.
We're going to look at the assist total because this statistic means everything to me.
Right.
The Celtics record this season when Jason Tatum gets 7 or more assists, 17-2, 14 in a row. So it is when Tatum has more than 7 assists, it is indicative that the ball is moving, that the Celtics are making their shots, and Christine made reference to it. He has had several bad shooting games in these playoffs.
You're right.
He has always bounced back. But the key is distribute the ball, get his teammates going. Even if he's not making shots, he can make a major difference.
And it was a finals record, 13 assists, by the way. And I'm not panicking at all.
For a debut.
Thank you. See, you guys so much.
I just didn't want anybody.
No.
I didn't want anybody in the mentions. I didn't want anybody in the mentions.
But I'm not panicking either, because that is exactly what Ime at the beginning of the season focused on with Jason Tatum, because he understood how this was going to be a collective unit. It's a quote we're going to get into a little bit later about, like, yes, Jason Tatum is the star, but he has tweaked and broke some bad habits with Jason Tatum, and one being like only focusing on his shot making and his ability to distribute the ball a little bit more, and that has definitely progressed throughout this season. I will say though, I was a little panicked after I saw his outfit heading into game one. Did you see this? No.
It looks good. Here's honestly the problem is he should have been wearing a dark shirt underneath. That's what threw it off.
That's the problem?
Yes, 100%.
See, she's not a fashion expert, but I will say.
She's better than me.
Brian, it did give me some Golden Girls vibes.
Oh, no.
It did, it
Thank
looked
you
like
for being a friend.
It just wasn't.
Are you saying that B. Arthur wore that on a date? In season 3?
Exactly. There's too many patterns.
It's the white shirt that's throwing the whole thing off.
No, it's
Christine,
a
with
whole
all
lot.
due respect, you're out of your mind.
But look,
somebody said if he had any one of those, it would have been a good fit.
Have you, Wendy? You know I'm an avid pattern mixer, right? I'm all about a mixing of the patterns.
Even with that being the case, you know that his phone was on fire.
It was,
and it was not.
It just wasn't even tailored right, in my opinion. But
That's the thing. That threw it off a little bit too.
I will say, clothing choices that I can get behind is some statements made by both these teams the last 2 days, starting with members of the Celtics who wore T-shirts with "We Are BG" written across them at practice in support of Brittany Griner, who is being wrongfully detained in Russia since February. The shirts also had a QR code on the back linking to an online petition seeking 300,000 signatures in support of the notion of bringing Griner home. You can sign the petition and donate at wearebg.org. The NBA is also using their platform tonight to make a call to end gun violence. Both teams are wearing orange End Gun Violence shirts during their warm-ups. You can see them behind some of the players here, us right now, and the NBA once again using their platform for the greater good, especially on the biggest stage here in the finals, because we are at game 2, and we were just talking about Jason Tatum. And look, these Celtics, they've won 8 road wins this postseason, tied for the second most in a single postseason in NBA history, and handing the Warriors their first home loss these playoffs. Here's a look back at exactly how game 1 unfolded.
They leave Curry all alone, and that's lethal. Fires, and that's another one. 21 points in the first quarter, 6 of 7 beyond the arc. Number 30 is back in the finals.
They're just loading up and playing too slow. Down here, too much freedom for them. They're just moving around too easy. Limit them to one side, get out, run.
And is blocked at the rim by Jaylen Brown. A great catch by Looney and a better defensive play by Jaylen Brown.
And we only down 3.
Yeah, we good.
And off of the far sideline, Jordan Poole gets dogged by Marcus Smart, who reaches in, just rips the ball away.
Boston defense showing why they were rated number 1.
Give them credit, they're making shot after shot after shot. But we got to respond right now. Bucket in and stop, all right? And we play with the more force than they do.
Curry waits, goes behind the back on Brown, underhand scoop, good! He tumbles head over heels for the bucket, and the Warriors are up by 9.
A frenzied and frenetic third quarter.
Limit them to one side, get out, run. That team shouldn't do that to us. We're the bigger, more physical team.
Jaylen gonna pull up, shoot a 3 right over him and hit it. Williams caught a body underneath. And the Celtics have answered with some haymakers of their own. 18 threes for Golden State, 16 for Boston.
Wild comeback here for the Celtics. Back to Horford for the lead. Boston up by 3. Al Horford in his first NBA Finals. Horford feeling it.
He's open for three. Got it! The Celtics are 12 of 16 in the fourth quarter. Al Horford has been brilliant in game one.
Brown on the baseline, Horford inside. Count it and one.
On the road in the NBA Finals and come from 15 down to score a stunning double-digit historic win in game number one.
It's just nothing to panic about. First team to win 4 games, not the first to win 1. So we've always embraced challenges. It's different. We'll embrace this one.
You're watching Hoop Streams presented by DoorDash. Game 2 of the NBA Finals coming up at 8 p.m. on ABC. Steph Curry scored 21 of his 34 points in Game 1 in the first quarter. That's the most points in a single quarter in the Finals since Jordan in '93. Then he shot 1 of 6 for threes in the final 3 quarters of Game 1. But the Warriors are 4-0 following the loss this postseason and outscore teams by over 14 points per game. So what will they have in store for Game 2? And talk about that just a little bit. We are joined by the GOAT, the legend.
The GOAT.
Doris Berg.
Yeah, it means I'm old, you two.
No,
Y'all think that's a
absolutely. Don't you talk about my friend like that. And then, of course, Monica McNutt. You can obviously hear these wonderful ladies on ESPN Radio. Monica on the sidelines, and, of course, Doris on the call with Mark Keshisher. Guys, so, you know, throughout this whole finals experience, you guys have an opportunity to sit down with the coaches, sit down with some players, and you recently sat down with Draymond Green and Jaylen Brown. And Monica, what stood out to you about those conversations?
Well, I thought Draymond was true to Draymond fashion, just very candid. I thought something that he said was very interesting was when he talked about the demeanor that is now required to win a championship. So much has been made of the inexperience of the Celtics, but I don't know if people are giving credence to the inexperience amongst the Warriors outside of Draymond, Clay, Steph, and Andre Iguodala. I think that's what we saw. And so while he knows that there are things this team is going to have to address both defensively and offensively, he mentioned demeanor in terms of setting the tone for the rest of those guys. Like, welcome to the finals, and we're okay. It's not time to panic, per se. It's just time to adjust and lock in.
I feel like they've earned the right to speak with some calmness because of the number of championships and trips to the finals. What struck me, Cassidy, about the Boston Celtics was a complete lack of reaction after a win in Game 1 on the road. Nobody was overreacting. They weren't raising the roof.
Stoic.
They walked off the floor. They're having conversations with assistant coaches. It was almost as if their mind had gone to Game 2 already. Very businesslike.
Taking on the personality of their first-year head coach.
Absolutely.
And I like to say first-year head coach because he's not, in my mind, he's not a rookie head coach because he's been at the finals before. He's sat next to one of the greatest coaches who has ever coached the game in Greg Popovich in these finals experience. So they're really adopting he's really adopting Ime's stoic persona. So talking about the experience, Jordan Poole is someone who doesn't have this finals experience, playoff experience. Doris, what can he do to be more effective in this series, and can he do anything to be more effective?
Let's begin with trying a little bit harder on the defensive end of the floor because there were too many times where he was not prepared for a level of physicality. I think team-wide you're going to see a different level of physicality. He's got to provide the boost offensively, Cassidy, because if he doesn't, he's not playable. And Monica, I don't expect him or Draymond Green to go 2 for 7 and 2 for 12 respectively. But do you think that he can play in this series, Jordan Poole?
It's yet to be seen, DB. I think, again, talking to Draymond, very candid, while you're not surprised because they understand what it means to be facing a top defense in the league, the length is something that you cannot simulate in practice. And Ime even said it, you know, we legitimately have a roster full of two-way guys. And so there is not a soft, comfy place, as one of my you coaches used to say, for Jordan Poole or anybody for that matter, to go and hide on the defensive end because of what the Celtics bring. It is going to take a level of mental toughness, but then it's almost like the Celtics have done to the Warriors what they do to so many people. If you turn your head for a minute, if you miss an assignment for a minute, they're going to make you pay. And that's the version of the Celtics that are coming in and playing offensively.
I think Game 1 was pretty unexpected for many reasons, but I think one of them being the Stars didn't really live up to their stardom. I mean, Jason Tatum, shooting-wise, of course, we just had the discussion about his assist numbers, but then you have Clay, you have Draymond. as far as the role players making names for themselves on this stage, we've got Derek White, Al Horford. What's the impact of the role players, and who do you see having the biggest impact overall as this series goes along?
Well, I continue to maintain for the Celtics it was Marcus Smart. And I don't know, I'm hesitant to consider him a role player in the true form, but I felt like he had room on his offensive ceiling to step up in this series, and his defensive pedigree is well established, so I had no questions about that. And I think we saw that late in game one.
For me, it's Al Horford. Cassidy, they've gone away from the way they won in the regular season. They won in the regular season and became the most dominant force defensively, playing two bigs. In the playoffs, as is typical in the NBA, they went away from that. Al Horford has been the best, most consistent big man. Do you know what they are when he alone is on the floor? 523 minutes, plus 130, folks. That's pretty darn good.
We just did a panic meter. Do you have any panic about Draymond Green?
First of all, I'm feeling left out of not having any props.
Give me a panic meter. She wants a prop. But do you have any panic about Draymond Green and maybe needing to play Kevon Looney a little bit more against Horford?
You have a decision to make, because if Jordan Poole is not playable, Cassidy, then your fifth best player is Kevon Looney, and so do you have to play him? Here's the key. There's thinking that Gary Payton is going to play.
Yeah.
How effective is he? And then is Moody an option?
Yeah.
Kuminga an option?
Kuminga would be the option that and now he's young, but so are so many of these guys. But in terms of the athleticism, Kuminga is someone that I'm circling.
Yeah.
Quickly, your pick for game 2.
Guys, I said this during the Eastern Conference Finals, or no, but while the Bucks were in the Boston was in the series with the Milwaukee Bucks, and I said, why do we keep doing this to the Celtics defense? I'm not going to do it. I think Celtics go home up 2.
Wow.
Nostradamus is always wrong, but I'm picking the Celtics.
Wow, both of you guys are picking the Celtics to go back to Boston with a 2-0 lead. You're staying with us.
I'm out.
You're going to go get prepped.
I'm jealous that I'm out.
Radio.
Christine's standing over there. You got Wendy over there.
Thank you so much, DB. Look, we've spent 6 days here.
Yeah.
So we've had some time to get into some trouble, including Christine, who
oh God.
went to jail?
Troublemaker.
What?
The Celtics take game 1 of the 2022 NBA Finals and hand the Golden State Warriors their first home loss of the postseason.
We saw the Celtics lock up the Warriors in game 1 in the Chase Center. So, in the spirit of being prisoners of the moment, we decided to visit the infamous Alcatraz.
How do you feel?
I feel amazing.
I'm upset because the Warriors lost.
I hate Boston.
Celtics in 4, baby.
Celtics in 4.
I'm William G. Baker, former prisoner from Alcatraz, number 1259. I am a Warrior fan, and I'm very disappointed.
Are the Warriors done?
No.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, Curry's a little overrated, but
Boy, if you don't get... So you're saying the Celtics are going to lock up the Warriors?
Oh, yeah. Without a doubt.
Below a 12-point lead going into the fourth quarter.
Do we feel like the Celtics are sending the Warriors to jail?
I don't think they're going to jail just yet. I feel like it's more like a wake-up call.
Do you feel like the Warriors got locked up last night?
I think the Warriors will redeem themselves Sunday.
Jason Tatum didn't play well, and we won by 20, and that's all I'm going to say.
Why do you hate Boston so much?
You know, it's too cold up there. Weather's not very nice. The people aren't great.
Are you guys going to try to go to any games?
If I wasn't broke, that would be perfect.
I'd say my team is probably North Carolina, which has nothing to do with this.
I'm confused, but it's fine.
Oh, yeah, I am too.
Who you got for MVP?
Klay Thompson.
Tatum. I mean, they always go with the superstar.
Curry.
You know, I'm going to say an oddball that may surprise you. Al Horford.
Celtics in how many?
In 5.
Probably 6.
I bet you a bowl of clam chowder.
That's not money.
To me, it is.
This just means Warriors win in 5.
How?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So Warriors in 7.
Warriors in 7. You better believe it. You better believe it, folks.
That was too good.
That's
Shout
great.
out Joe Joya on that edit there. That was
way to go.
So good. Christine, a star, of course. You know, there's no better barometer of prisoners of the moment than the internet. So let's see what the internet said after game 1. Did you see this tweet? Said what? This is our new segment. You like our fancy graphic, Ryan?
What the internet says.
What the internet says. The internet. The Warriors. This was a tweet earlier. It said the Warriors lost this game because they left Oracle Arena. The wine and cheese crowd of the Chase Center doesn't have the same energy. You guys were both in the building. Are we really blaming the arena, the home crowd vibe?
This is not a wine and cheese crowd. This is a caviar and a gallon crowd.
Right. This is very fancy
Wine and
in here.
cheese is an insult.
I know. I love cheese.
I think there's some credence to that, personally. I mean, I think it got really quiet in the fourth quarter. Like, there was no fight from the team or the fans.
Huh.
Well, they were shocked. The fans were shocked. The team was shocked. Are people saying that it's not Oracle Arena? Yes, it's not Oracle Arena, but it's also a $175 million payroll. Do you want your little old arena that was loud, or do you want the largest payroll in the history of the NBA? Because you can't have both. And so they have a bunch of money. They'll probably make $15 to $20 million tonight. And if it's not quite as loud, they get to have Andrew Wiggins. That's the trick.
So you already did the math. The math is mathing. Okay.
Is it?
Let's move on. Who they don't have is Kevin Durant, and NBA memes. They love to tweet about Kevin Durant. Because Kevin Durant loves to tweet.
That's true.
And they put out this one. Y'all think if the Warriors had KD, they would have lost? With, obviously.
Listen, this is hilarious. This is, as our brethren on NBA Today, Richard Jefferson and Kendrick Perkins says, staying petty so you don't have to get petty.
Yes.
That's hilarious. I don't know. That's a good question, though, because we saw what the Celtics did to KD, so there's that.
I just want to present a fact. I'm not making a comment in this case. I'm just saying a fact. The Warriors are 1-8 in their last 9 finals games without KD.
Okay.
I'm just going to let that.
I'm just going to say
I'm just going to let that sit there.
Simmer, let it simmer.
I'm sure it's going to get back to KD because that's all he's been doing right now. It's just sitting on his phone tweeting, and I'm not mad at it. Like, we asked for this type of, feedback from players, and he's, let's just say, he's not scared to give his opinion. You know who's also not scared to give their opinion? Al Horford's sister, Anna Horford.
Shout out to Anna.
She tweeted this. Al wants that MFing ring. He sure does.
What does MFing stand for, Cass?
You don't need to. I mean, we're the internet, but we will still get fined, and I am not here to get fined. And then there was this comparison of, the stare down. We've seen this many times. We also saw it last series with Jimmy Butler. Let's put a pause on that. But I will say, Al Horford,
let me just ask you this. Can you recover as a franchise, as an organization, from Al Horford flexing on you? The way he flexed?
Let him live. Let Al Horford live.
He flexed on them.
Well, I mean, if you go back a little further, the Bucks will recover because that feels like a big flex in that series.
Yeah, that's true.
So, I mean, yeah.
He did score team-high 26 in his first NBA Finals in his 15th season. Old head or not, he came to play.
Yes, he did.
And he also sat down with Malika Andrews about his great game one. Take a listen.
You all have had quite the turnaround this season. I remember back in December, you guys were up double digits against a depleted Timberwolves team. They came back and you all lost the game. And afterwards, you came to the podium and you said,
at the end of the day, we kind of have to look in the mirror for ourselves individually and as a team.
And then Jaylen Brown was asked about that.
Searching and looking in the mirror? Yeah, no comment.
What was it like to learn how to lead and have this turnaround for a team that midway through the season just didn't seem to be in sync at all?
Yeah, the biggest thing for us was finding that identity. We just have to really look in and kind of bring it together. A couple of days later, I think we played Phoenix, the Suns at home. And I felt like that was one of our better games, or the start of something. And from then on, I felt like we started to make strides towards, being a better team.
Back to Horford for the lead. Boston up by 3. Al Horford in his first NBA Finals.
You played 141 career playoff games before making it to the NBA Finals, an NBA record. Did it make it that much sweeter?
It has. It has made it sweeter. Also, just more grateful for me to be in this moment. And I feel like, this is kind of like my time, and it's exciting to be a part of it.
Did he steal Jordan Poole's splash brother ability? I mean, 6 3-pointers in game 1, but not to be ignored. He also has 261 contested shots this postseason. That's 60 more than any other player. So he is doing it on both ends. And maybe the front runner for Finals MVP after game 1. I'm just saying.
Wow, prisoner of the moment, are we?
That may be tough me, tough me. Now it's time for the greatest of all time, presented by DoorDash. If I would have called Al Horford the greatest of all time, then that would be the
surely put you on Alcatraz and leave you.
Moment. But what we're looking at is the greatest NBA Finals debut of all time. We start with the actual GOAT in MJ. First Finals versus Magic and the Lakers. Posted 36 points, 12 assists, 8 rebounds, 3 steals in his debut. Lost that game.
That's true.
But won the next 4 to grab his first title.
And then they kept winning.
Exactly. And then 95, Shaq. For those that don't remember, young Shaq was an absolute beast. 23 years old, dropped 26 points, 16 rebounds, 9 assists, 3 blocks in his debut, Monica. Just a force.
Yeah, an absolute force, right? Like, this is the beginning of a Hall of Fame career for sure.
And they got swept.
Sorry. Dang, but still,
sorry.
No, Wendy.
Sorry.
You're just all the facts.
The
Stop
facts.
with the facts. 99, Tim Duncan in his second season, big fundamental, had all the moves on display in his debut. 33 points, 16 rebounds, 2 blocks, led the Spurs to their first ever Finals championship en route to their first of many titles.
Bring that court back.
0-1, you believe this? No question, the greatest Finals debut ever.
This is one of the most memorable games of my life.
I mean, 48 points, 6 assists, 5 boards, 5 steals, plus the iconic blue step over in the 107-101 win. The 48 points remain a Finals debut record.
And they lost the next 4.
Dang, Wendy, shout out to my Warrior brother.
Wow, wow. 2012, Kevin Durant, another Game 1 standout. He tied Jordan for second most points in a debut with 36. He added 8 boards, 4 assists as the Thunder upset the Big 3 of Miami in Game 1. But what happened?
And they lost the next 4.
Golly, Wendy.
That doesn't bode well for Al Horford in the Celtics.
One of these things is not like the other, but give Derek White his shine. He's not on GOAT level like the other guys, but 21 points and 5 of 8 shooting from 3, including 2 key triples, as the Celtics tied and, then passed the Warriors. Like, guys, we'll give it to you, D. White. I mean, speaking of, though, this is another conversation that you had on your Hoop Collective pod. Make sure to download that anywhere you get podcasts. But look at Derek White's stats before and after his wife had his son, Hendricks, in these playoffs. I mean, should we have seen this coming?
Well, the Warriors didn't. And I talked to Derek after the game, and I said, Hendricks only knows a badass.
There it is.
The only Derek White that Hendricks knows has been kicking everyone's tail.
Yeah. I mean, look, Perk made a great point on the pod where he basically said, like, everything leading up to in the anticipation before the birth, you're waiting, you're looking at the call, you're distracted. Hendricks is here. He was able to kiss his baby on the head, and now he can focus on the finals. And he looks like a brand new guy out there.
Didn't this happen a couple years ago, Cass?
Oh, it sure did. It sure did. Let's check out Fred VanVleet's playoff stats before and having a child who, by the way, did it against the Warriors as well.
Absolutely.
Before child, BC.
4
points, 23% from the field, 18% from 3. AC after child. 14
Look at those stats, Monica.
That's a jump. Boy, you're talking about a jump. Goodness.
I mean, and then bet on yourself. You got paid.
Absolutely. I mean, I like Perk's logic on it, too, but I also feel like it's a bigger thing. Like, when people become parents, you know what I'm saying, you just want to be a good example for your kid on the basketball court, too. There you go.
I don't know how you explain it. I certainly, in the weeks after I had my son, I wasn't at my highest performance level.
Same. I was putting up multiple carbs, a triple-double, and panic attacks, and 0 sleep. Those are my numbers.
Yeah, where's our panics? Where's our panic ones again? I was in the red.
I was like, you giving me this? I have to take care of this. Does the nurse come with me? Do you feel like Derek White can continue at this pace?
I think I'm going to go back to something Wendy pointed out on the show earlier. If Jason Tatum is assisting, yes, because he's going to get good looks. And I think Derek White has a very pure jumper. I love Derek White's shot.
They've had a nice balance of when Derek White plays well, Grant Williams has had a bad game. And when Grant Williams has had a good game, Derek White has played well. They've had a really incredible balance. So it wouldn't surprise me, after watching them for the last 5-6 weeks, if Grant Williams shoots the ball well tonight and Derek White doesn't.
Look, we heard post-game, Draymond Green isn't fazed by Derek White's shooting, but we all know Draymond likes to say a bunch of stuff. He even has his own podcast after games, so he's part of that new media. Here's a listen to the best of Draymond. Do we have enough time for that?
Oh my gosh.
NBA years is dog years. Let's go, baby. Come on. Come on. It's time. Come on. Let's get it. Oh, come on. Let's go. Come on. Straight out the gate. Let's get it, boy. Welcome back. Get out. Kick out. Hey.
You're watching Hoop Streams presented by DoorDash. Game 2 of the NBA Finals coming up at 8 Eastern on ABCs. We're looking at Draymond Green warming up. He shot 2 for 12 in Game 1. That's the worst field goal percentage in a playoff game in his career, in which he took at least 10 shots. Look, the Warriors have never trailed 2-0 in a playoff series under Steve Kerr. Can they make sure they keep that streak alive? Speaking of Draymond, or speaking of Draymond speaking, we're going to get into, with Christine back with us now, another game that we're going to do some interpretation, because we all know there's a lot of players speak, there's a lot of coach speak. Sometimes we need to interpret what guys are saying. And I will say, Draymond usually says what's on his mind, but I think this bite needs just a teeny bit of interpretation. Take a listen.
We pretty much dominated the game for the first 41, 42 minutes, so it'll be fine.
I want to interpret the finger pounding there. Okay, that's what he said.
He's lying.
That's what he said. What did he mean?
The first word in that quote was "we." You just read his stat line. We didn't do anything, Draymond. Your team did. But he didn't do anything. That's why he was tapping. That's what, when people are telling lies and they're fidgeting a little bit, that's what that was.
But he didn't even, that's not even true, because I don't know if he remembers, but the halftime score, the Celtics were ahead.
Yeah, after the third quarter.
I mean, if he wants to point out that they didn't get work the whole game, that's true, but they were behind. I mean, I appreciate Draymond. I appreciate everything about Draymond, but sometimes you got to call Draymond on his stuff.
Right. I mean, and this may have been just gamemanship, saying, we've been here before.
Don't even worry about it. We got it.
But they did. But when you, me interpreting their faces too in that fourth quarter, not to use the overused phrase of they were shook, but they did not look like, they looked surprised. I'll leave it at that. All right, let's look at, this time, a quote from Ime Udoka. We made this comment how Ime is very stoic. And this is what he said post-game. We look at ourselves as a unit, a complete team. We look at the other teams, Brooklyn with Durant, the Bucks with Antetokounmpo, Miami with Butler. We pride ourselves on being a team that plays together. Brian, that's what he said. What do you think he really meant?
I didn't really understand this, because they've got a star player. They're kind of Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. I felt that the Bucks played well as a team, and the Heat played well as a team, but whatever it takes to get your guys fired up for the next game. By the way, I have loved covering Ime so much these last 5 weeks. That quote, though, made me scratch my head a little bit.
It was interesting. It was almost like he was throwing a little shade for no reason. Like you said, Brian, it's like, wait, you guys have superstars on your team too. But it was almost like he was like, we're different than those teams. We have more of a team unit than those
We're the
teams.
underdogs.
Right. Like,
we shouldn't
we're not
be
doing what
here.
the other teams are doing.
Well, I think it's to your point about how we discussed, trying to take a little pressure off of the poor shooting performance from Jason Tatum, and to say, hey, we're not just about Jason Tatum, loading up, in the box score. We're about, the fact that he was dishing it out and getting other guys involved. I think that's what I was reading into it. So that's my interpretation. Okay, we got a chance to listen into the Celtics huddle during Game 1. Check out this video of Marcus Smart.
This isn't the Heat series. We can't start back. You have to start up, especially if they setting it so high. You start up and drop because we're chasing. Now he goes down into the paint.
All right, Brian, you were there for every single game during that Heat series. What did he mean?
He was talking about how they were backing way up off of Steph, which the fact that that wasn't covered ad nauseum in their game plan, which it had to be, right?
Right.
They got out here and there was lots of yellow, and Steph was hitting shots and they kind of forgot their game plan.
You don't think that was a plan as the Celtics have just come on to the
Let's ask them.
So, yeah,
Are you guys still?
They're right behind us.
What exactly did you mean?
Did you guys mean to drop back on two of the greatest shooters of all time?
Yeah, so I just think that they just didn't follow the game plan because I think they got frozen in the moment.
Right.
And once they started playing better late in the first quarter, Steph wasn't quite the same.
Yeah, just a little reminder. Hey guys, this is where we are now. This is in the last series.
I think the yellow is a weapon. I've said this for years. The yellow is intimidating. I stand by it.
All right, the last one we need to get to, our former colleague and Celtics legend, Paul Pierce, tweeted this out about our very own Jalen Rose. Jalen Rose looking like an NFT. Christine, as our fashion expert, as the Warriors come out on the court and the fire comes out. What do you think he meant by this?
There's
this
fire.
Man looks like he's worth a lot of money.
He does.
That's what it is.
An R&B
that's what he looks.
artist.
Or like a work of art. You know? That's what NFTs are. They're worth a lot of money. Their artwork. That's Jalen Rose.
Now you need to show that photo to Jason Tatum. That's all I'm saying.
That's how to dress. And that's a man who's been covering these finals for 20 years. And he's not messing around. That hairline, as we know, is undefeated. I sat next to him in the makeup chair, and it took him longer to do his hair than it did my hair.
Jalen could probably actually make his hairline an NFT if
You're
he
right.
wanted to.
You are so right.
He could totally do that.
That's what he meant. See, Paul's
He's already there.
He's already there. So look, Jalen always fresh. Hoping both these teams are too, with 2 days off between games. I think everyone is ready for this one to get underway. Let's go.
It's the Boston Celtics and the Golden State Warriors in Game 1 of the NBA Finals. Chef Curry starting to cook. He's hotter than fish grease.
This team in green and white hangs around.
Oh, so much Steph Curry. Wild comeback here for the Celtics. Horford for the lead. Boston up by 3.
Thing about the Celtics, there's not one guy you can point to that had a hand in winning this ball game.
The Celtics take Game 1 of the 2022 NBA Finals.
It's time now for the main attraction, and we are just minutes away from Game 2 between the Celtics and Warriors. And here now, our guys on the beat. We got Tim Bontemps and Om Youngmisuk to finish strong here as we're heading in to Game 2 of the NBA Finals. I want to start things off, guys, with a little game, and it's called Guess the Stats, which I think is all in your head anyway. So I'm going to test you. All right. Here's the first stat. 4 points, 2 of 12 from the field, 11 rebounds, 6 fouls. Who is that player?
Home knows. 2 for 12. What was it again?
4 points, 2 for 12.
He went to Michigan State, Home.
6 fouls.
He went to Michigan State. Draymond Green?
Reveal it. I don't actually know how this game works. There we go. Next player. 4 of 4 from the field, 6 rebounds, 4 blocks.
Robert Williams.
Ooh, you're just too good.
I mean, I know the box score.
But still, come on, Robert Williams.
Only one game to know.
All right, you're too fast for our graphics.
All right, sorry.
Oh, 12 points, 4 rebounds, 2 steals, 24 minutes.
12 points, 4 rebounds, 2 steals. I'm going to say that, 12 minutes, 24 minutes. Man, I don't know.
I don't know. Do you know box score?
Andrew Wiggins. No, Andrew Wiggins played more minutes. I'm wrong.
Reveal.
Yeah, reveal it.
Otto Porter.
Yes. That was a tough one.
I would have not. 24 minutes. Jeez.
Tough one.
Player 4, 15 points, 3 assists, 2 rebounds.
These are some random stats.
I know. This is the whole point of the game. I can't believe we've stumped you guys. You have to be inside the box
I'm going to guess
score.
Andrew Wiggins again for that one.
Okay.
I think he had more
Reveal.
points.
Klay Thompson.
There you go.
See, that's how, like, this game one, it was so surprising in so many ways. Last one, 24 points, 7 rebounds, 5 assists.
I'm going to say...
Who scored 24 points? Who scored the most points? You
It
got
wasn't
it?
Al Horford.
Jaylen Brown.
Jaylen Brown?
There you go.
Okay, I don't know who won, but it just proved the point that, like, not a lot made sense in game one.
The only stat that mattered was 48 to 18 that Boston dropped on Golden State.
There you go.
Fourth quarter. That's right.
And 9 of 12 three-pointers in the fourth quarter.
Okay, so you have been with this Warriors team throughout this playoff run. We keep bringing up the fact that the faces the Warriors had in that fourth quarter, they looked stunned.
Yes.
Is that what you observed as well?
What I didn't like was that they didn't respond at all. This was a team that talked about waiting for 3 years to get back onto this stage. Draymond Green told me how brutal it was for the 2 years when they were losing 50 games and all the injuries, and then they don't respond when that 48 to 18 avalanche hit them. Not even a little bit of fight back, and I didn't like that. But what they said the last couple days, I like what I heard. Desperation, that we had to be accountable, and that it is a come-to-Jesus moment, as Steph Curry said. And I said, does this qualify as a come-to-Jesus moment? He said, yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Whew. So, are you concerned?
I am concerned, but I do think that while the Warriors mess around a lot, and they've shown that in the playoffs, Game 5 falling behind by 55 in Memphis, they have responded that next game. But we haven't seen this crew, Andrew Wiggins, Otto Porter Jr. in the first finals, Jordan Poole, we haven't seen how they're going to respond yet. They have to respond tonight, and so we're going to see.
And so, just a bit of news, no Andre Iguodala.
No Andre Iguodala, his knee swelled up yesterday, according to Steve Kerr. That paves the way now for Gary Payton II to come in, play some defense, but we don't know if he's going to be able to shoot. If I'm Boston, I am backing off of him and let him shoot, because I don't even know if he can lift his left arm up.
And if I'm Golden State, I'm putting Gary Payton Jr. on Jaylen Brown every second he's on the court. We've seen Jaylen struggle with his ball handling at times in these playoffs. Gary Payton has the ability to maybe take it right off of Jaylen. You saw at the start of that fourth quarter that Ohm referenced. The Celtics got going because Jaylen Brown got whatever he wanted. Gary Payton Jr. might be the kind of guy that could come in and make a huge difference in a small role.
So, you called the Celtics winning this series at the jump.
I did.
So, did game one surprise you in any way?
I mean, 40-16 in the fourth quarter was surprising, right? But the rest of it, to me, sort of went with what I expected. Boston's size and physicality really impacted Golden State as that game went on. I think it's going to be a tough Jordan Poole series. You know, he struggled in game one. It was his first NBA Finals game. Golden State's going to have to find ways to get him more space on the court when Steph Curry's not out there, because it was clearly not working with how they did in game one. But other than that, I think if you're looking at positives for Golden State, Boston has struggled in the third quarter throughout the playoffs. Golden State has historically destroyed teams in the third quarter. That happened in game one. So, to me, going into this game, that's going to be critical every game in the series. Can the Celtics improve in those third quarters and not find themselves down 14, 15 points after?
What did you read into Jason Tatum's game one performance? Were you more praising his passing ability, or were you concerned about his shooting?
I mean, Jason Tatum's had some weird shooting slumps in these playoffs. He's bounced back every time with huge games. I expect him to score a lot of points tonight. He's actually scored 20 more points than he did the game before the 2 games he shot this bad already. I think he'll have a huge game tonight. To me, Jason Tatum's passing was more indicative of what the Golden State Warriors are doing on defense.
Yeah.
They were just letting Derek White and Al Horford and Marcus Smart get practice threes, and we're not respecting them at all. And I know Draymond got up there after the game and said, oh, yeah, you know, these guys all aren't going to hit these kind of shots. Well, if you give NBA players who are decent shooters practice threes, they're going to make them. So, to me, Golden State has to be way more locked in at that end, because to me, I want Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown to be scorers. If they're passers, Boston's way better.
I took Tatum's passing as more problematic for Golden State. They're not going to hold Jason Tatum to 3 for 17 every game. The passing, though, is what they kind of want to force him into. And if he's going to keep racking up those kind of assists, that means everybody else is making those kind of shots. That is problematic for Golden State.
So, in being around the Warriors and hearing what they are saying in practice and post-game, who is the most concerning player right now? Is it Jordan Poole? Is it Draymond Green? Is it Klay Thompson? Who right now do you feel like this team needs way more from?
I think they can survive another subpar game from Jordan Poole. It's Draymond Green.
Draymond Green, 100%.
He is the heart and soul of this team. He is the guy that if he plays aggressive, if he even hits shots, that's a bonus. But really, it's about his spirit. It's about his soul kind of getting into this team. If he sparks them on defense, he's getting stops. They feed off of that. And of course, he's freeing up all the shooters. It's Draymond Green to me.
No question. Draymond Green was out to lunch on defense in game one. It allowed Boston shooters to get going in that first quarter. And Boston has the ability to guard the Golden State guys on the perimeter in ways no other team really can. So they can sag off of Draymond. And that clearly got in his head on the offensive end of the court. He was jacking threes. He was trying to do too much. He needs to play within himself and be way better on defense for them to win.
He has spent the last 48 hours, I am sure of it, stewing over his game one. And he's been hearing it, and I'm sure he's been registering.
And he's been talking about it on his podcast.
He's been talking about it in the pod all over the place.
Are you a believer in the Derek White baby boom?
You have to be. This is Fred VanVleet all over again.
Yes.
Same team, same situation.
Oh,
Guy comes back.
We have a Deuce sighting. I just see him pointing out.
Deuce out here helping his dad stretch with his trainer, Nick, like always.
I almost didn't see him in the fatigue.
Is he wearing camouflage? Yes, he is wearing camouflage.
Yeah, he'll be ready to go.
So you believe in Derek White?
I do. Derek White has changed the Celtics since he came back from having that kid. He was terrible at the beginning of that series against the Miami Heat. He came back and said, I need to be way more aggressive going forward. He has been their best player since Game 4 of the conference finals. Woo! He keeps playing like this. He, to me, is a huge X factor for them in this series because when he comes off the bench and shoots the way he does, it really changes their game. And he's able to guard Steph on the perimeter, too, in ways that they don't have a lot of other guys.
Cass, I know my math is bad, but so all NBA players should start having a baby 9 months in advance, around October or so.
Just get on
October?
That part. That's that part.
So that they can have a baby come June.
There we go.
That's a secret.
It's a proven fact. As we're winding down here, guys, what do you think happens in Game 2?
Warriors. If they don't win tonight, I think the series is over for them. They're not going to win 2 games in Boston. I just don't see it. As good as they are, here's a little stat for you, and I think they know this in the back of their head. They have won a road game in 26 straight postseason series. That's a record, but they got to get tonight.
The Celtics have struggled with prosperity the entire playoffs. The Warriors always bounce back. I think the Celtics will struggle tonight. I think Golden State wins.
We will see. Tune in to Game 2. Warriors Celtics coming up on ABC, and you can watch live on the go via the ESPN app. Just log into your cable providers now. Thank you for watching Hoop Streams presented by DoorDash. We're back Wednesday live for Boston for Game 3. Enjoy the game. Thanks for watching.
Now, who wins Game 2?
Skip, I'm going to say the Celtics repeat. I'm not as confident.
Number 1 basketball league, the NBA.
It's the Boston Celtics and And the Golden State Warriors in Game 2 of the NBA Finals presented by YouTube TV. Boston winners in Game 1, now just 3 wins away from their 18th NBA championship. Folks, they peeled back the curtain of the Warriors' invincibility here at Chase Center, handing them their first loss of the postseason. Meanwhile, Golden State, they can't afford to go down 2 games to nothing going back to Boston tonight. In essence, is a referendum on their championship backbone and medal. And that's the backdrop for tonight. Hello, everybody. I'm Mark Jones. Jeff Van Gundy back. Mark Jackson, Lisa Salter joining us in just a moment. I'm in, of course, for the Hall of Famer, Mike Breen. Mark, let's start with the Boston Celtics. In the win, Jason Tatum, their first-team All-NBA Quasar, had 13 assists, but he shot just 3 of 17. Who should be more worried right now? We've seen this before. Boston or Golden State?
Well, he has the ability to bounce back, and what I'm worried about is how well he played. Not just as a scorer, because he struggled as a scorer, but how he impacted the game from the Golden State Warriors. He did his job. Struggling, he was willing as a passer, took the double team and made the play. When your best players get rid of the rock, it becomes contagious. So Marcus Smart in this situation turns down a good shot for a better one. Night in and night out, all night long, they made these type of plays. And then when you're struggling as a superstar, tough night, find a way to impact the game. He embraced the defensive effort and got his team going. Big time steals, big time playmaker all night long. Looked at his numbers across the board in the first 3 rounds of these playoffs. He's been incredible. So don't expect Jason Tatum to struggle like he did in Game 1, but he showed he's a true superstar.
Playing with a lot of confidence right now. Celtics up 1-0. Jeff, the Golden State Warriors saw Steph Curry, the best shooter of all time, score 21 points in that first quarter. He was historically transcendent, but as we take a look at tonight's Domino's pregame HQ, there was nobody else. So how do you connect the dots now if you're the Golden State Warriors moving forward?
Well, he got off to an absolutely torrid start. 21 first quarter points. After that, he was somewhat pedestrian. 5 for 16 over the last 3 quarters. He's going to need Klay Thompson and Draymond Green to come up big. Thompson had just an okay night. 6 for 14 from the floor, 3 for 7 from 3. He's got to get 20 to 25 points, and Draymond Green has to absolutely set the tone at the defensive end of the floor. They've got to bring much more at that end.
Green felt good about the way the Warriors played, except the result. Right now, to PA announcer Matt Pittman.
Good evening and welcome to Game 2 of the 2022 NBA Finals, presented by YouTube TV, featuring the Eastern Conference champion Boston Celtics and your Western Conference champion Golden State Warriors. Warriors fans, at this time, we ask those who are able to please rise for the national anthem. Performed tonight by 5-time Grammy Award-winning recording artist, CeeLo Green.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave and the home of the brave.
Mr. CeeLo Green.
Game 2 on deck between two of the NBA's original initial franchisers, with the Warriors looking to level up big league in Game 2. This presentation of the NBA Finals continues after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
The NBA Finals are presented by YouTube TV, where you get more than cable for less than cable. YouTube TV, everything live TV should be. Try it free. And in part by Bullet Train, in theaters August 5th.
One step closer to the big ring.
Playtime mode is the big ring. Go. Playtime mode.
The first ever Corolla Cross. Toyota, let's go places.
With a fresh cracked egg and all this crispy bacon, Wendy's Breakfast Baconator might be the greatest breakfast sandwich of all time.
Well, that deserves a chef's kiss.
It does. Wow.
Mwah.
Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's Breakfast Baconator.
Hi, we're Visible, a new kind of wireless company. Started by this company, I'd add. Other companies pay for stores, which means you pay for stores. But this is our store, which means you get a single line unlimited plan for as low as $25 a month. Switch today at Visible.com.
COVID-19 moves fast, and now you can too, by asking your healthcare provider if an oral treatment is right for you. Oral treatments can be taken at home and must be taken within 5 days from when symptoms first appear. If you have symptoms of COVID-19, even if they're mild, don't wait. Get tested quickly. If you test positive and are at high risk for severe disease, act fast. Ask if an oral treatment is right for you. COVID-19 moves fast, and now you can too.
We recognize your genius. All you need is opportunity. And the NBA Foundation is here to help America's Black youth create, build, and grow careers. We're investing in your future because we're dedicated to helping young people like you win in whatever arena you choose.
Your present is a gift, and I just want to be.
We want to change this restaurant. We have to change the chemistry.
Yo, family's up. I just never had plátanos with like grass on it.
FX is the Bear. All episodes streaming June 23rd, only on Hulu.
Extreme Mini Golf.
That's the danger zone.
The Muppets. Yeah. And fierce competition. It all adds up to Holy Moly Forever. New Tuesday on ABC.
Hello, I'm Mark Kravitz, founder of the State Department. I want to buy your watch. I am currently paying huge premiums for vintage chrono and divers wristwatches. We are located at 7775 Glades Road between the Starbucks and FedEx.
Another crazy day? Of course. You're a CIO in 2022, but you're ready because you've got the next generation in global secure networking from Comcast Business with fully integrated security solutions all in one place. So you're covered, on-premise and in the cloud. You can run things the way you want, your team, ours, or a mix of both, with the nation's largest IP network from the most innovative company. Bring on today with Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
This pepperoni was carefully placed by hand by a pizza maker at Papa John's. Just like this one, and that one over there. Ooh, and even these in the crust. Get yourself the new epic pepperoni stuffed crust pizza, only at Papa John's.
Shane Wright, Yanni Caracas, WPPF 25 Sports.
Welcome back to the NBA Finals presented by YouTube TV here in San Francisco on an absolutely beautiful evening. Getting ready for the opening tip-off. The Golden State Warriors have had the appropriate response each time in the postseason in the following game. Let's go courtside to Lisa Salter. Lisa.
Mark, shell shock. That's how Steph Curry described the Warriors
to panic, but he said we also need to have a sense of urgency for this game, too. He said some of the young guys on the team might have been feeling a little anxiety heading into this game, but the guys who've been there before, himself, Draymond, Clay, they all tried to lead by example the last couple of days at practice to project calm and to reassure guys, we are okay. Mark?
We'll see if that confidence is real or not. Tonight's starting lineups delivered by Taco Bell. The Boston Celtics had great scoring balance in game one. 4 of their 5 starters ended up in double figures. Robert Williams, the only one that wasn't. He had 8 minutes in his time on the floor. As for the Golden State Warriors, Curry and Thompson in the backcourt, Wiggins, Draymond Green, and Looney on the front line. We are ready for the opening tip-off. Game 2. It'll be Looney and Williams at mid-circle. Another sellout crowd here. Close to 19,000 at Chase Center. And the Celtics will bring it up with Marcus Smart. Green ties up Horford. And it'll be a jump ball right away again.
And right away you see the adjustment where the pickup point is for Draymond Green. First game, Al Horford at all time to pick whether he gets rid of the rock or step in from the three-point line. Draymond Green picks up his point of meeting Al Horford and forces the jump ball.
Celtics control the tip here. Smart. Williams flips the screen. The lob to Williams in traffic. Couldn't hang on to it. Curry kept it alive. Williams stepped out of bounds. It'll be Warriors basketball. Already we see pretty good intensity at the defensive end by Golden State.
Remember, they got off to a great start in game 1. It's about sustaining this intensity, but that's 2 terrific stops.
Here's Looney. 3 ball by Wiggins. Got it. Wiggins had 20 in game 1. A shot just 2 of 7 from three-point territory. And a big-time answer by Jaylen Brown. Curry throws it away. Tatum fouled by Looney.
And right away, Steph Curry lifts his hand up to say, my bad. One thing you don't want to do is be careless with the basketball against this dynamic defensive team.
I'll say it again. This is the #1 rated defense, Boston, during the regular season. Golden State, the #2 team during the regular season. Here's Brown.
Coach, one thing to jump out, Draymond Green as the primary defender on Jaylen Brown, and Klay Thompson guarding Al Horford.
Smart on the drive with the left hand. Got it.
It's a nice finish with the left hand. But you're right. Draymond Green ties Horford up on the first possession. Next 2 possessions goes to Horford.
That was halfway down and out. It rattled out Klay Thompson. Brown from the same spot. Same result. 6 quick points for Jaylen Brown.
He's been outstanding.
He has, and you have to make him put the ball down on the floor and play into traffic. You cannot allow him to just step into rhythm shot.
Great time by Wiggins inside for Looney. That snaps the 8-0 Boston run. Doka calls out the set. Wiggins on Tatum. Tatum getting downhill to the basket. Got it. He's off to a good start. Celtics 4 for 4 from the field to begin the game. Smart all over Curry. Shot clock down to 12. Thompson blows by Horford, and he throws it into the 3rd row.
And we gave the Warriors credit for the way they've come out defensively. That is outstanding defense individually and collectively by the Boston Celtics.
Jason Tatum seems to be favoring that upper right shoulder area that he injured during the Miami series in a game in Miami.
Well, the Golden State Warriors in a zone right now, trying to slow down Celtics.
Smart off the screen by Horford. Brown with the show and go through the contact and 1. Jaylen Brown sizzling to begin this game. He's got 8 already.
Well, terrific job screening the zone, which created a help. A long closeout for Curry. Undisciplined, going for the shot fake. And then great strength by Brown to finish through contact.
9 points already. Remember, it was his quick 10 points to begin the fourth quarter that really changed the tenor of this game late in game one. 8-point lead for the Celtics just underway. Tatum on Curry this time. Little teardrop partially blocked by Williams. Tatum with the pull-up three. It'll be Golden State basketball coming back. Take one more look at Tatum shaking up. Let's see if we can figure out how it happened. He characterized it as kind of a stinger when he was shaken up against Miami. Here's Wiggins around the Looney screen. Horford with a block this time. Celtics off and running. Smart for three. And Looney with the board. How does Golden State get a little bit of rhythm here, guys, at the offensive end?
Well, the problem, and I'm sure you can attest to it, Coach, is do you have enough scoring with Draymond Green and Looney on the floor at the same time?
Well, Draymond went to Looney that time and makes it a 6-point contest.
And particularly when you have so many outstanding individual defenders like the Celtics have.
Tatum working against Wiggins. Good help by Green, got the steal. Warriors have numbers, a 3-on-2. Thompson. Green battling Smart. Good block out by Marcus Smart. Couldn't blame Jaylen Brown if he called for a heat check here. Crosses over Looney, elevates. Everything but the bucket.
Good job by Klay Thompson coming over and contesting the wide open lane.
Much different start so far to the game for Steph Curry. And they had that one tipped out of bounds.
This is a highlight reel dunk if Klay Thompson does not come over and put his body in front of Jaylen Brown. Good job of contesting without fouling.
Jaylen Brown just sort of lost it as he was trying to turn it over.
Here's Thompson out front. Good denied defense by Smart. Curry. Man, he had to work for that bucket, Jeff.
Absolutely. The defense the Celtics have played on him the last 3 quarters of game one and to start here has been absolutely outstanding.
Tatum off the horns action. Sidestep inside and couldn't clean up his own mess. It'll be Celtics ball on the baseline. Boston started off 5 for 5. Subsequently have gone 0 for 7 from the field.
They're getting good looks, though.
Yeah, it's too easy off the dribble.
Is that worrisome if you're Golden State?
I would be very concerned about our inability to guard them off the dribble, where at the other end, it's a lot harder.
Tatum into Williams. Step back three by Jason Tatum, and he laces it. Boston out to a 16-9 lead.
And one thing they talked about the Celtics, they love the looks that Jason Tatum got in game one.
Green and one.
And here's what I'm talking about. These are good looks for a legit scorer. His ability to create offense, little jab step, creates the space, knocks down the long ball. And Draymond Green showing that grown man strength. Gets to the left hand, gets the contact, gets the hoop.
Missed the free throw, went 0 for 3 from the line in game one. It's out of bounds. It'll be Golden State basketball on the baseline. Zach Zarba, Tony Brothers, Josh Tiven, our officials tonight. And Tony Brothers steps in along with Zach Zarba to ask Draymond Green and Jason Tatum to step back a little bit, fall back. Somebody might need to tell Tony to step back. And there it is. Tatum called for the foul. You can almost feel that, sense that coming, guys. Sideline out of bounds. Golden State basketball. Boston up by 5. Golden State off to a little. There it is. Looked like there was contact somewhere.
Exaggerated for sure.
Hurry off the Wiggins screen. Horford switching on to it. Green thought about the three. Steph rips through. Missed the layup. But there's a foul underneath. Someone got pushed. It was Looney. Curry literally hanging his head after that missed layup. There it is. Look, not going to be much easier. Now for the NBA show that is truly off the rails, presented by the new movie Bullet Train.
This is Bullet Train. Go off the rails.
Our guest is Portland Trailblazer point guard Damian Lillard himself.
It's always Dame time. Yes, sir.
Well, it can't always be Dame time, can it? Of course it can. Can you imagine if the train was running on Dame time? It can be a complete shambles. What time's the train coming? Dame time. What time's it leaving?
Dame time.
What time's the next train?
Dame time.
There's my point. You know what I'm saying?
It is a little confusing.
Can it not be Dame time sometimes?
Tick, tick, baby, Dame time. Bullet Train in movie theaters, August 5th.
Introducing the most rugged Honda vehicles yet. We built them for challengers, people who lean into life's curves, who hit a bump and only soar higher. Rise to the challenge, the Honda Pilot, CR-V, and all-new Passport Trail Sport.
The Google Pixel 6 for all the Bucks fans, Serbian fans who became Nuggets fans, Heat fans who want to get rid of photobomb fans, Woj bomb fans, Top Shot fans, all the nothing fans.
Are you taking a photo of us?
Is that okay? For that once-in-a-lifetime shot, and fans seeing it up close for the first time. There are so many ways to love the NBA, and the Pixel 6 is built for all of them.
Snoop, what are we doing today?
Just living the fine life, baby.
Okay, cool. Gonna block off my calendar.
Let me hold that real quick. The best plans are no plans.
I needed to upgrade my phone anyway.
You really can't get much for $5 these days, unless...
Is that a real song?
I think she liked it.
Your choice of sandwich plus all this for just $5 is worth celebrating. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's Picky Bag.
I'm going to tell you a story now. No, I'm good. It's pretty quick. No. It's a good story for you, I think. I'm cool. Here we go. Everything that's ever happened to you has led you here. Fate.
Bullet Train.
You're creeping me out. Could you just find another seat, like, way, way, way down there?
Exclusively in theaters, August 5th.
You mean everything. I want to get here so bad. I will be here. Brown speaking his success into existence, and here's what it looks like tonight. Off to a fantastic start. His first few shots, 9 points already, coming off a 24-7 game in game one. Here's Thompson off the pin down, still can't find the mark and missing that one badly.
You know, I'm looking at Jaylen Brown's comments, speaking it into existence, and it was documented. Somebody once told him that he'd wind up in jail one day, and in the 4th grade, a teacher told Jason Tatum, who wrote that he wanted to be in the NBA one day and play on TV so that they could watch, told him to write a more realistic goal. Shame on you too, and made those statements, and I hope you're enjoying the finals.
Don't ask him for tickets. 5-point lead for Boston. Wiggins gliding. Missed the layup, and Brown with another rebound for the Celtics.
Second straight point-blank layup.
And Smart turns it over, tried to hit Tatum. That's Boston's second turnover of the ball game. Well, here's the upcoming final schedule. Game 3 Wednesday in Boston at 9 p.m. Eastern time. Game 4 is Friday in Boston at the same time. All NBA Finals games are on ABC. As Jordan Poole gets ready to come into the ball game, that cheer is also for Gary Payton II, a.k.a. Young Glove standing up on the sidelines, and now fans getting a look at him. He'll go back to the bench. Looked like he was ready to come in.
And with Iguodala out tonight, he's their defensive substitute.
Thompson with the fadeaway. Finally gets one to fall. Klay Thompson with a pedestrian 15 in game 1 for him. Al Horford over to Derek White, who's coming to the ball game for the Celtics. Brown had it knocked away by Draymond Green, and Green imploring Tony Brothers to call the carrying violation. And now Poole will come in along with Payton. Payton hasn't played in a little over a month since being injured. Suffered that broken left elbow against Memphis. Dylan Brooks came in and committed a hard foul. Smart with the miss. Thompson got to the basket. Oh man, he smoked a layup.
They have missed 3 point-blank layups here.
Grant Williams spins on Payton. One more to Smart. Good closeout by Payton. And Williams gets it to go inside, so the Celtics convert off the miss on the layup.
And that will be the challenge with this Warrior lineup, not scoring. Can they get enough done on the defensive end, being this small?
So tiny. And that's an offensive foul, I believe.
Wow. Green and Grant Williams tumbling to the court. The foul is going to go against Grant Williams, Jeff.
It does, but Draymond Green, we saw it earlier with Jason Tatum. He's going to wreak havoc. He just runs right through him. I'm not sure exactly what Grant Williams.
And a technical foul, Jeff, going to be called against Draymond Green.
But going back to the foul, I'm not sure what Grant Williams is supposed to do. He's in legal guarding position, and a guy just comes in there and just puts his head under him and just shoves it.
You're supposed to run around guys, not through them.
I mean, Grant Williams, he didn't do anything wrong.
Except getting away. It's Green's 4th technical foul of these playoffs. Lisa?
Hey, Marco. During that last time out, before the Celtics coaches even got to the huddle, players were coaching each other about how to deal with Draymond Green, who has been doing a lot of talking to the Celtics bench. Marcus Smart was telling guys, we knew this was going to happen. Draymond's going to be aggressive. He's going to be pushing and shoving. We'll push and shove back. The refs will either call it or they won't. And the voice of reason, Al Horford, he had a different advice. Don't worry about Draymond and his talking. He said, if we do what we do, it's not going to matter. Mark?
Well, what matters right now, Lisa, is Jaylen Brown's accurate, hot shooting. 3 of 4 from downtown, 13 points. Celtics up by 9.
The Warriors have always prided themselves on defense. And as Green drives it and draws contact, right now they just have no answer for them in transition or in the half court.
For one thing in transition, Grant Williams ran the floor, matched up with Steph Curry. They just threw over the top, forcing the defense to collapse. And good offense, good looks comes off of that.
Green at the free throw line. Knocks down the first after going 0 for 3 from the stripe in game 1. Well, these free throws are presented by YouTube TV. Scan the QR code now for $10 off your first 3 months. Try it free. Ringo's 2 for 2. Guys, I want to ask you now, while Golden State's on defense, how does Gary Payton impact what they do at the defensive end?
Well, I mean, obviously he's a gifted defender. He's got good anticipation, good toughness. It's just they're tiny. And I don't like how they keep flying by Derek White, going for his shot fake.
Payton on the break, elevates, and draws the foul. That's going to go against Jaylen Brown, who's pleading with Zach Zarba. That's going to be Brown's second personal foul.
But they just keep missing layup after layup after layup. It's hard to get the ball in the basket area. That's very, very negligible contact. Good run of the floor by Gary Payton. He probably had a little trauma about the last time he drove it hard like that to his left hand. What happened to him?
Yeah, got hit by Brooks. Didn't see much contact there, but no challenge from Ime Udoka. Play a game against Golden State. Payton misses the first free throw. You know, this guy's a great story. He came back from this injury in the Memphis series. Dylan Brooks swiping and hitting, making contact with him in the head. And he landed on that shooting elbow. But guys, this is the player that's really gotten it out of the mud. I mean, we talk about a guy that's been cut or released 4 different times in his career early. Signed 2 10 days with the Warriors last year. Played summer league, showing a lot of humility over the summer, came back and finally was signed by Golden State at the start of the year.
Had a chance before the game to see his dad, Gary Payton, in the back. What a tremendous play, and extremely proud of his son.
Another whistle and a foul going to go against Grant Williams. That's his second foul.
And they're going to go look for a clear path right here.
It looked to me like guys was back. They were back in transition defensively, ahead of the ball.
So Grant Williams and Jaylen Brown both with 2 fouls for the Boston Celtics.
The interesting part on that, though, Curry was ahead of the play. That's where the foul took place. And does that impact how they see this?
While we have a chance, guys, Steph Curry.
Ruling on the floor is the common foul.
Common foul. 1 for 4, a stark contrast to the start that he got in game 1. Here's one more look at the review of the clear path. There it is.
But you see where the ball was compared to where Curry was.
How did they get him going, Mark?
Well, one thing you got to do is give credit to the Boston Celtics defense tonight and give credit to them why Steph Curry is so hot in game 1. They made mistakes. They had breakdowns. They've minimized since then the amount of breakdowns that they've had. They stayed connected and communicated on a high level. But at some point, for me, Coach, the way to get it going is get some stops and get it going in transition.
Right, and remember, they had a good sequence. He missed a point-blank layup. He missed his patented step-back 3, so he hasn't gotten the mistakes, as Mark mentioned, that he benefited from in game 1. But he's had a couple good looks that he just hasn't knocked down.
Played 38 minutes in game 1. There's White. Payton switches on to him. Poole against Tatum. The Celtics have to like that matchup. Rising up from 15. The Warriors get the stop. Here's Curry. Off the Looney drag. Boy, good hands by Marcus Smart. Knocks it out of bounds.
Now I'm looking at Jason Tatum square up against Jordan Poole and miss a mid-range jump shot and then smile. I love that mentality because if you're going to get those type of looks, he's going to win that battle.
His trainer, Drew Hanlon, sent him a bunch of stats after that game 1 3 for 17 performance, saying, hey, Kobe Bryant, your guy, had 11 games under 40%. Looney with a slam, easy.
If I'm Jason Tatum, I'm first team all NBA. I gotta say to Drew, I don't need any text right now. I'm going to work.
He just did, Jeff.
That's exactly right. I don't need any reassurance. I'm first team all NBA. I'm the MVP of the Eastern Conference Finals. I'll see you in July.
Amen. Look, I love this play by Steph Curry. Draw the attention and simply make guys around you better.
YouTube TV is more than cable for less than cable. More huge moments in the playoffs. Less huge bills to pay off. More big hits. Less getting hit with hidden fees. More triple-digit pitches. Less triple-digit payments. More modern. More simple. $750 less than cable per year. Try it free.
At Domino's, you can get more than just your favorite pizza. You can get specialty chicken, savory pastas, oven-baked Parmesan bread bites, molten lava crunch cakes, and yes, medium 2-topping pizzas as well. Carry out any 2 or more mix and match items for $5.99 each or get them delivered for $6.99 each.
Make more good in the all-new Sportage X-Pro. Kia, movement that inspires.
This is Antonelli's Cheese Shop, and we're the Antonellis.
We chose our Spark Cash Plus card from Capital One because we earn unlimited 2% cash back on every purchase.
And with no preset spending limit, our purchasing power adapts to our business needs. What's in your wallet?
You can't give true love to me, I'll understand. Just
it's only worth it if you enjoy it. Michelob Ultra.
People assume these photo shoots are easy. Just like they assume they can't afford great insurance. A surprisingly great rates to fit any budget? Call or click to get a quote today.
I got my flavor in St. Louis with barbecue heat like nowhere else. And now, I'm bringing that flavor to you. Hope you like it hot. Introducing Ruffles Flamin' Hot Barbecue. Own your riches.
Mac and cheese. Fries.
Tenders.
Silence.
KFC's Sides Lovers Meal. Pair 3 sides with tenders or your favorite fried chicken. That's finger-licking good.
Introducing Gatorade Fit. Fitness starts from the inside out. Get healthy, real hydration. And no added sugar, artificial sweeteners, or added colors. Fitness starts from within. Gatorade Fit. Healthy, real hydration. All G.
On Friday at the Boys and Girls Clubs of San Francisco Columbia Park Clubhouse, the NBA and Warriors opened a new NBA Cares Learn and Play Center presented by Kaiser Permanente and State Farm. Legends, team, and league executives were on hand to dedicate the new center, complete with new technology, furniture, gaming equipment, and many other resources to support the community. Great to see, and back to the action. Jason Tatum at the free throw line. He and Brown combining for 18 points. That's the good news. Bad news is that Jason Tatum, guys, off to another slow start. Just 2 of 7 from the field. We've seen him after games where he's scored less than 20, bounce back with a 39-point game and a 30-point game in the playoffs so far.
But he did a really good thing to get to the free throw line. Get yourself going. Slow down the other team's transition. This isn't about numbers right now. It's about wins.
Peyton Pritchard helped them win game 1. He's in the ball game, subbing in during the break, guarding Jordan Poole. Curry slips the screen. Poole going to work. Tipped up by Looney, and Tice with the board. Tatum, one more to the corner. And off the turnover, here come the Warriors. Curry tried to get it to Peyton before Tatum could foul him. He anticipated it coming. And that's going to be the second foul on Tatum now in the first quarter. So both he and Brown and Grant Williams have 2 apiece.
Just careless fouls again by the Boston Celtics. Instead of sprinting back, trusting your defense, you send Steph Curry to the free throw line for 2.
And the Warriors want a clear path, a look, and the referees decide not to. But I think these stars who take fouls in transition do not understand completely their value, particularly taking these fouls in the first halves.
That is another rarity. This free throw by Curry. One more look at that foul.
If that was a pass attempt, that would have been a clear pass. I think they should have looked at that.
It looked like a pass attempt.
Golden State has cut the Boston lead to 4. Pritchard in the front court. Tatum probes and loses control. We got a 2-on-1 the other way. Poole. Curry for 3. Carter. His first 3 of the game.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Getting stops, forcing turnovers, and get it going in transition where you can't match up as clearly as you can in the half-court defense.
8 points for Curry. Here's Pritchard. Had 8 points in game 1. Made some big shots in the 4th. Wide open Tatum. And he drains it.
Great play by Tice to make the extra pass for a wide open 3 by Tatum.
Tatum with 10. Curry. Kick out to Payton. Testing that elbow. It's okay. Looks at the Celtics bench on the way back. Never hurts when you shoot, right, guys?
No, it never hurts when you make it.
Pritchard on the baseline. Tatum guarded by Curry. Sidestep 3. Splash.
Again, a big wing that doesn't even see the smaller Steph Curry in the picture when he elevates to shoot.
And you do not want him to go left into his step back. They've got to make him put it down right.
Here's Poole from downtown. And an answer. How big is it that Jordan Poole, Jeff, played better here in game 2?
Well, it's important that he plays better on offense, but also as Looney strips Tatum, it's also important that he plays better defensively.
Well, Curry would have popped the top on this building had that gone in. White in transition. He's going to pull it back out. About a 10-second difference between the shot and game clock. Tatum scored the last 8 for Boston. This is White. And he turns it over.
That's their 7th turnover already.
7 seconds to go for Curry on Pritchard. Tice hedging. Curry in his bag. Got it! It wasn't the 21-point first quarter from game 1, but 10 will do. They lead by 1.
Sushi restaurant. I'm not going to get lost. Thank
Attention, please. Millions of AT&T and Verizon customers are suffering from unexpected price hikes and economic adjustment charges. But there is a solution. Right now, when you switch your family to T-Mobile Magenta Max, you can get up to $1,000. And you'll get T-Mobile's price lock guarantee. They won't raise the rates of your rate plan ever, because you are entitled to more.
If you've been impacted, act now. You may be eligible to receive up to $1,000 from T-Mobile.
And you should listen to me. I'm a British actor.
This burger looked at one slice of melted cheese and said, more cheese. It looked at pickles and said, also onions. It wanted to be more than hot. It wanted to be juicy. This is the Quarter Pounder with cheese.
Can't be right.
Jurassic World, rated PG-13.
Making Buckets is brought to you by KFC.
Well, that's been Tatum and Brown. 26 of the Celtics' 30 points. Coming on some drives, some threes. Getting to the line a little bit. Tough finishes in the paint. This duo has produced all year long.
We love our new apartment.
There's too much pressure in the bathroom.
Good luck with the future in-laws tonight.
Don't overthink it.
But don't underthink it.
At least Geico makes bundling our renters and car insurance easy.
Oh, no, 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 no.
Oh, boy. For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
You know the toy. On June 17th,
The actual Buzz Lightyear in the flesh.
discover his story.
This is my mistake. We have to get everyone home.
From Disney and Pixar.
We can help you.
To infinity
and beyond. Disney and Pixar's Lightyear. Rated PG. Only in theaters June 17th.
For Ramirez?
Wingstop's boneless meal deal. 20 crispy, juicy wings and 4 of our soul-satisfying flavors with 2 dips and a large fry for just $15.99. Get yours delivered. Wingstop, where flavor gets its wings.
Welcome back to San Francisco. Tonight's coach's interview is brought to you by Verizon. Ime, they now have a 1-point lead. What didn't you like about the way you closed out that first quarter?
7 turnovers. Gifted them some baskets in the fast break. Got to play stronger and take care of the ball in the crowd.
3 of your key guys now have 2 personal fouls. How will that affect the way you start the second quarter?
It won't. We'll still be aggressive and play through the non-calls on the other end, and you have to play physical defense on our end.
Thank you, Coach. Mark.
Physical defense is what they've done all year. Tatum crossing over Bielitsa, and he lost the handle. Poole in transition. Oh, man, White snuffed it. What a block. We got a little technical foul at the other end going to be called. It's going to go against Jordan Poole.
I thought they should have allowed the play to continue on, but this is one heck of a recovery. Or did it hit the board first? Either way, I can't tell.
That's close.
And they're going to go look at something.
They're going to look and see what the technical is for when they both were on the ground and White was trying to run the floor.
Oh, okay. That right arm extending.
Trigger on the play is a hostile act on Jordan Poole, excuse me. Play is under review.
You could see where he'd call that with Poole reaching up with that right arm to...
Well, it also could be a natural reaction if you think somebody's jumping over you.
True. That's true. I see it as a technical foul, but I don't think Poole was trying to do anything dirty.
I mean, White's jumping over
He's
him.
protecting himself, too.
I don't think it's anything.
You still tripped me.
Well, you jumped over me.
I can jump over you.
And I can put my hands up.
Welcome back, man. I missed you. No,
that stopped the Celtics from having a chance in transition.
No, that's where you say I missed you too, buddy.
He missed his chance.
No, you know what I realized when I was out? You know, players say, they always ask that innocuous question, what did you notice when you weren't there? You know what I noticed? I'm not needed. That's all I noticed.
No way. No
it's
way.
like, man, it's unbelievable.
Great to have you back.
Absolutely.
Well, Jordan Poole waiting to hear what his fate is. We'll pause in the action. Boy, great defensive play, though, by Derek White on the block. And Talked about his story coming from Division II basketball, Colorado Springs, on to CU for 1 year. Good defender, as witnessed by that play.
And I think that is a legal block. I think he took it to the board right at the end, but I would have rather seen him let him complete the play in transition.
I can see the argument where Poole is just protecting himself to make sure he's not getting stepped on.
Yeah, but where I'm from, you can see the argument of you just tripped me and knocked me down, too.
Well, all I know is
No
the Warriors
walkover
have
here.
no problem if Poole gets more hostile.
Derek White, meanwhile, guys, start to talk about his story. What a great underdog story he is, and made it to the NBA with his first contract. He told me that he actually
After
paid
review,
off.
there's no technical foul on the play as Poole is only protecting himself in live action. The ball is Boston's ball, 28-foot marker. No technical foul.
Talked about Derek White with his first NBA contract. He paid off his student loans from D2. Didn't go to one of those big-time powerhouse schools. Paid off his bills. Keeping that 700, 800 credit rating is pretty important, you know, guys, right?
Well, his credit rating right now is very high in Boston, and his bank account has Brown good control and just shoots over the top, but
you know what NBA stands for? Never broke again.
I wish that was the truth.
Oh boy, another good look, Jeff.
That's the 5th layup, point-blank layup that they have missed here early in this game.
I can't wait to see what the shot chart looks like in terms of missed layups by the Warriors. Green back in.
I mean, Brown's got 2, so no contest. And just, again, you got to complete those.
Well, the Celtics right now, I'm playing through Tatum. I thought a couple times he didn't get the call. He's got to remain aggressive and be a playmaker.
Here he is with the ball. Bielitsa trying to guard him.
I don't like that.
Cross court to White on the drive. Floater a little bit short. Good sequence defensively for the Warriors. Thompson with the pull-up. Tough shot. Tatum 4 for 10. 3. Another one. That's his 4th one of the first quarter. He's got 16.
Great scorers in this league. They're just incredible. As a non-scorer, you can look up and say, I'm rolling. I got 8. A guy that's struggling got 16.
4th one of the first half. Bielitsa sets a screen for Poole. Great move, and Tice with a big-time block. At the other end, it's White. Spins. Boy, everything but the finish, but a late whistle and a call by Zach Sarbo.
Push
have a foul.
Push with Draymond Green in the back of Jason Tatum as he went to crash the offensive boards.
And Tice gave them good minutes.
That's great effort. They're doing a great job staying connected to Jordan Poole.
Well, he's like their 9th man. Some games he plays, sometimes he doesn't. As we saw the foul on Green there. For him to stay ready like that, very good.
Second foul on Wiggins. Tatum searching the contact.
And to me, when he gets that matchup, coach, he's got to slow it down. Just play one-on-one. Get to your spot and make the high percentage move.
Green on the block. They run their splits. He takes Pritchard. Bielitsa with the jelly. Guys, we haven't talked about how he might change the math in this game. What does it mean for him to be getting minutes for Golden State?
Well, he's going to be targeted at the defensive end. He's held up exceptionally well so far. And then offensively, he's got good skill level.
Peyton Pritchard missing. Bielitsa with the outlet to White. Golden State with 3 turnovers. Williams inside with the finish.
Good simple play by Derek White, turning the corner, forcing the help, and dropping it off to Williams.
Udoka was very complimentary about White's ability to assimilate to the Celtics immediately after the trade, much like he did when he was first signed in San Antonio, where Udoka had him. Bielitsa.
That's a great play by Jordan Poole. Not having it going offensively as a scorer, which we've become accustomed to watching him do, just simply gives up himself and makes the right read.
And when you switch, you got to switch underneath the roller. That time he stayed on top, and as you mentioned, a very nice pass.
Right back out to Brown. Brown, who got off to that torrid start shooting the ball. Tough contested shot. Great defense by Green.
That is some defensive sequence right there by Draymond Green.
Poole pulls, and an offensive foul on Jordan Poole. He might have extended that leg, trying the contact from Robert Williams.
You can take the might have out. Clearly did and got caught.
That's one of the points of emphasis this year. Officials not allowing unusual launch angles and allowing offensive players that kind of latitude.
Look at this movement, the hand activity, the tenacity. That's beautiful.
Curry switches on to Tatum. He gives it up, though. White. Baseline drift to Brown. Still tied at 35. Here's Wiggins. Just 3 points so far.
You're not shooting over the top of Robert Williams, both on the jumper and the drive.
They're trying to learn the hard way, Coach. Brown on the drive. That's going to be a foul against Bielitsa. That's going to be his first personal foul. Second team foul against Golden State. Well, Tuesday, Stanley Cup playoffs continue on ESPN, 8 Eastern time. Game 4 of the Eastern Conference Finals with the Rangers taking on the Lightning, with New York leading the series 2-1. White and Pritchard in the backcourt for Boston. Horford back in. White with the mid-range. Got it. And he is playing with incredible confidence right now.
And again, they're going to try to target Bielitsa. Came up a little bit hobbling.
On the block, mismatch for Klay Thompson against Pritchard. Klay Thompson way off so far. Just 1 of 7 from the field. Wide open White. Somebody hit the snooze button, and White makes them pay.
I got to show some love to Pritchard. After being exposed to a certain extent early in the Miami series, he has done an outstanding job competing, defending, and taking the challenge to be better.
Derek White from the corner.
And it's just simple offense. Find the open man. Don't try to do too much. Turns the corner. Easy offense, stop and pop, and then the next possession gets an open 3. He has played stellar for the Celtics.
Take off perception, take off the cop with the iPad, take off the allure, take off the unsure, take off decisions.
YouTube TV is more than cable for less than cable. More huge moments in the playoffs. Less huge bills to pay off. More big hits. Less getting hit with hidden fees. More triple-digit pitches. Less triple-digit payments. More modern. More simple. $750 less than cable per year. Try it free.
3 hours to open, chefs.
I have every intention of turning this into an efficient, respectable business.
No one's asking you to.
Watch your back. Order!
Yo, should I break this up?
Yes! No!
Order!
So sorry, guys.
You got no idea what you're doing here.
Is my hair on fire?
Not yet, no.
FX is The Bear. All episodes streaming June 23rd. Only on Hulu.
A lot of people assume NBA players can reach anything.
Just like they assume they can't afford great insurance. But State Farm has rates that fit any budget.
Here you go.
Thanks, John Crow.
Here's your master.
Thanks, Boban.
Need me to reach anything else?
No.
Because I can reach it.
For surprisingly great rates that fit any budget, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
The best things in summer are unofficial. Coors Light, the official beer of everything unofficial.
I like
to boost it, boost it. My vitamins can boost it. I like to boost it, boost it. We like to boost it.
Boost. A fizzing, amazing vitamin boost.
Boost it.
So the Pizza Hut $10 tastemaker has any 3 toppings you want?
It's the best delivery deal around. Can't put a price on that.
Actually, you can. It's only $10.
Actually, it's only $10. The large 3-topping $10 tastemaker. No, Pizza Hut. It's you.
Well, heard my baby sis is buying a car. You'll need my secret weapon.
Gross. No. Anyway, I already used Capital One Auto Navigator. It was awesome. I found my car online and I got pre-qualified instantly.
Bet your credit score went.
Wasn't affected at all. Then I got my real rate monthly payment, had an amazing test drive at the dealer, and made this purchase.
What?
Hold on, check it.
That's pretty cool.
What's in your wallet?
From executive producer Peyton Manning comes a new game show where the only way to win is to keep it together.
This show's crazy, right? I can't believe I'm hosting a game show.
The Final Straw, July 10th on ABC and stream on Hulu.
Back here in the Bay Area with the Celtics up 5, but look at this poor transition defense. Just leaving Derek White with a wide open, high value corner 3. Celtics are 8 for 13 from 3, 6 for 19 from 2.
That's a practice shot.
That's there's usually more resistance in a practice shot than that.
Steph Curry out of the timeout. Good way to settle things down and get their pulse back. Curry with a dozen in the ball game. Lead down to 3 for the Celtics. Peyton on Tatum. Good aggressive show and switch by Green. And they get the turnover. Steph for 3. And we're tied at 40.
You cannot turn the basketball over, or there's a price to pay. Steph Curry in transition is a disaster to try to defend.
They've got 9 turnovers already, Mark, to your point. That one tipped out of bounds by Peyton. It would be Boston ball.
You turn it over, now he's bringing the ball up the floor, and somebody's trying to decide who's got who. All of a sudden, it's as simple as get to your spot, which is the 3-point line, elevate, and make them pay.
Got 6 points off of 9 Boston giveaways. Here's Brown, who's cooled off after that hot start. Curry switches on to it. Tough 3. And a chance for Golden State to take the lead.
I loved how Curry got up into his airspace. Didn't let him just get great rhythm.
On the drive, White with the block and the steal. Derek White has had a couple of fantastic defensive plays. Got some contact and a foul. Going to go against Otto Porter. That's his first.
I said it before and I say it again. Derek White has been outstanding on both sides of the floor for the Celtic team, earning himself more minutes and the trust of his outstanding head coach.
First-time father during the Miami Heat series. Documented that story. Smart rips through on the baseline. Outlet to Wiggins. One more to Peyton inside. Great ball movement by the Warriors, who right now have 13 assists. 7-0 run. One more to Brown for 3. Curry on the handle. White right in his airspace. Wiggins from deep. Timeout Boston. Courtesy of a 10-0 Warriors run.
They said I didn't belong.
Look out! Jammed by the rookie!
That it was impossible. But we knew together we couldn't lose.
But
one person in the family scores, the whole family scores.
Give it your all. Disney's Rise, rated PG, streaming June 24th on Disney+. Burger King introduces the new cheesy breakfast melts. Upgrading your morning routine just became easy cheesy. With 2 melty slices of cheese, it's the twist you need to start your day easy. Cheesy breakfast melts with sausage, ham, or bacon. Burger King, have it your way.
Welcome to Allstate, where everyone saves when they bundle their home and auto insurance. Isn't that right, Frank?
I saved 25%. Booyah.
You protected your casa
Sure did.
and the Frank tank,
You know it.
and now you're relaxing.
I'm working from home.
Sure you are.
All right, I see a lot of head nods. Let's circle back tomorrow.
You aren't kidding. Save up to 25% when you bundle home and auto with Allstate. Click or call for a quote today.
In the future, we'll travel to incredible places with the help of magical technology. But what about today? I want my magical future now. I have places to go. Rocks to climb. Sights to see. And flights to catch. I can't wait for what tomorrow will bring. But in the meantime, let's enjoy the ride.
If Damian Lillard accepted his spot at the end of the bench, he never would have been at the rec center before it opened. If he listened to those who overlooked him, he never would have heard his name called as a first-round pick. And if he let 6 all-star selections go to his head, he never would have had the heart to give back to the streets that shaped it. That's the fighting spirit. That's what makes a lion. Modelo, root for those with a fighting spirit.
Rated E to T.
Come on, lift that leg.
Don't want to miss out? Just tell Siri, remind me to watch Game 3 on ABC.
Riding those waves, smooth moves are brought to you by Gillette.
Warriors get it done on the defensive end with a stop, a rebound, a push, and an unselfish read by Wiggins to Draymond to Payton with the finish. And how about Steph Curry? Making plays, getting rid of the basketball. Wiggins, best Warrior lineup is an aggressive Wiggins in the middle of it.
And that ball's really popping at the offensive end, guys. Warriors 14 assists on the 17 field goals. They were amongst the top 3 teams in assists throughout the course of the regular season. Just under 5 minutes to go here in the first half. Let's check in with Lisa.
Hey, Mark. Well, the Warriors got some coaching from Andre Iguodala earlier in the quarter, and they apparently listened. Iguodala, who's not in uniform tonight, obviously didn't like the body language on the floor. They were down 5 at the time. He was telling guys, hey, you're acting like we're down 15. Relax. Calm down. We're fine. They've since gone on a 10-0 run.
Steve Kerr has always referred to him as the adult in the room. Here's Tatum out top. Tatum for 3. Man, he is on fire here in the first half. That's his 5th three-pointer of the first half. He's got 19.
Really nice play by Jaylen Brown in traffic.
Ray looking cross court to Wiggins. Nice quick sit dribble. And White brings it up court. Andrew Wiggins 2 of 7 from the field. White snakes the screen, has Curry on his hip. A great move, but everything but the bucket out of bounds. It'll be Boston basketball.
Brown drives it. Payton helps. Tatum slides to his left. Simple basketball.
Think about the midway point of the regular season. There were calls for that duo to be split, traded. One of them. Brown on the drive. Wide open 3 for White. Knocks it home. And And the lead goes back to Boston, 46-45. Derek White, 2 for 2 from deep.
Steve Kerr upset. Felt like there was an offensive foul that should have been called. Didn't get the call, but a great read by Tatum. And White continues to play stellar.
Curry from downtown, no good. White into the front court. Now Horford been much more quiet offensively this game. Couldn't make the catch, they turn it over. Curry on the move.
Excellent defense by White.
Taken out to Green. Green slips it, lays it up. See that so many times, guys.
Good action by Draymond Green as the presence of Steph Curry forces you to overreact.
Tatum with the turnaround, top shot by Jason Tatum with 21 now in this first half. His teammate Brown dreamt about these moments as the youngster in St. Louis. Boy, Draymond Green got clobbered by Al Horford. That's going to be Al Horford's second personal, putting Green at the free throw line for a pair.
Green might have gotten away. He did get away with the travel.
Hopped with it. To the line for Draymond Green. On the foul line. 2 for 4 now. Jason Tatum locked in at the offensive end.
So skilled. Flat out scorer. That's good defense, but better offense by Tatum.
Green knocks down the second free throw. Interestingly enough, saw his collegiate head coach walking the streets of downtown San Francisco earlier today. Tom Izzo in the building to support Green. Brown on the wing. Shot clock down to 8 for Tatum. Shot it over Green. Leaves that one on the front rim. Klay Thompson still hasn't gotten untracked. Hasn't found his rhythm offensively. Whistle and a pushing foul against Smart. And it was physical between those two. That's going to be the first on Marcus Smart.
Good aggressiveness. Force him off of his spot and into active hands. And I like the playoff intensity, though.
And Draymond Green could tell what flavor gum Marcus Smart was chewing. He was that close. Wiggins off the pin down. Rattles one in and out.
They need Wiggins or Thompson to provide some support as Thompson, an excellent defensive play and strip.
Wiggins on the break, filling the lane, and he loses the handle. And the Warriors turnover. That's their 5th. For the most part, they've taken pretty good care of the basketball with less than 2 minutes to go here in the first half. Klay Thompson having another subpar game so far, just 1 of 7. Tatum. Good show and recover by Curry, but Tatum with the drive-by. Horford with the rebound to White. Bad miss. Uncharacteristic for White. Both these teams really handsy on defense. Inside to Wiggins.
Terrific play by Curry, but a well-timed cut by Wiggins.
Curry with 3 assists. Warriors up by a bucket. Brown at an ocean now pulls, fouled. And that's going to be a foul against Draymond Green.
If you're Draymond Green, you got to be careful. You already have a technical foul.
And if you're Jaylen Brown, you got to try to entice him.
Absolutely.
And in a normal course of a game, this would be a double team.
Brown took exception to Green's legs being on him as he fell.
I would hate to see someone ejected right now, but the normal call would be a double team.
Well, Tony Brothers, Zach Zarbin, has been having a little conference in midcourt. That was Green's second personal.
Ruling on the floor is a defensive foul on Green. The altercation is under review.
There's a look at the contact and the subsequent foul call. And hey, let's bring in our rules analyst, former NBA longtime official, Steve Javie. Steve, you saw that exchange as they review it. What are your thoughts on the outcome here?
Yeah, they're reviewing to see if there's anything, really unsportsmanlike, hostile, whatever it may be, that they can penalize here. Obviously, the two guys are going after each other. Jeff, I think you hit the nail on the head, and Mark, too. Mark Jackson, you hit the nail on the head where you have to consider one player has definitely a technical foul. Is this enough to call a double T and eject the one player? Personally, I would say nothing, and I would just let it diffuse as that. That's just my opinion.
Well, Steve, my question to you is, as a referee over there in the huddle, are you thinking about the fact that Draymond has one technical already?
Absolutely. I think that's part of good officiating, is the fact that you have to know who has the technical fouls. And in this situation, one of the players does. Is this enough to warrant an ejection is what you have to think about.
See, a lot of people disagree with that, Steve, but I think that's what separates.
After review, the defensive foul on Green stands. There's no further penalties on this play.
I think that's what separates outstanding officiating, knowing all the circumstances, and ones who just call it by the book. And I know Mark disagrees with me, and I don't care. I'm sticking to my guns. That's great officiating.
No, I understand where you're coming from, but what about the standpoint, if I'm Draymond Green, I can't put myself in a position where I got to rely on great officiating to save me from being eliminated.
Well, there's two things to that. One, I agree with you there. He shouldn't be getting involved with that, but he has to walk that line to be a good NBA player. But B, I think he and others who are constantly in these mixed, where they're yes, they seemingly get the benefit of the doubt, where more mild-mannered guys are penalized for the exact same things. And I disagree completely with that type of selective enforcement.
That was selective enforcement right there.
Absolutely.
You got the best of both worlds. What are you?
I agree with myself. That I just made. I just argued against my cause, but I still like what they came to.
You agreed with yourself. You're the only one that matters, Jeff. I love that.
There's only one Jeff.
Tied at 50. 48 seconds to go in the first half. Curry around the screen. Thompson still trying to find one and can't.
He just looks at Count Curry on his release right now.
1 for 8 from the field. Here's Tatum at the other end. Contested pull-up.
And to me, Tatum is a Count Hurry. You got the size advantage, the strength advantage. Get to your spot and win the battle on your terms. He seems forced on those type of plays.
White on Curry with 10 on the shot clock. Payton sprints into the screen. Deep three. Tipped up by Wiggins. Got it. Good relentless rebounding by Andrew Wiggins.
It sure was. That's a great effort by Wiggins.
Brown at the other end. Brown has gone a little cold after that hot start. And that's the end of the first half of play. The Golden State Warriors, led by Steph Curry's 15 points, with a tenuous 2-point lead. There's a look at the leaders. Tatum with 21 for the Boston Celtics, including 5 3-pointers. Well, coming up on the MetaQuest halftime, the crew will have all the scores, highlights, and analysis for you. Breaking it down. Mike Greenberg, Stephen A. Smith, Michael Wilbon, and Jalen Rose from Chase Center. The Chase Center Classic. Back after this.
The NBA Finals, presented by YouTube TV, are brought to you by Burger King, new cheesy breakfast melts, and Disney's Rise, the incredible true story, streaming June 24th, only on Disney+.
The Google Pixel 6
For all the Bucks fans, Serbian fans who became Nuggets fans, Heat fans who want to get rid of photobomb fans, Woj-bomb fans, Top Shot fans, all the nothing fans.
Are you taking a photo of us? Is that okay?
For that once-in-a-llifetime shot, and fans seeing it up close for the first time. There are so many ways to love the NBA, and the Pixel 6 is built for all of them.
Look at this, though.
See somebody step this game up, huh?
Game over.
Made for grand entrances. The Tundra. Toyota. Let's go places.
Halftime in San Francisco, and tonight's thrilling moment is driven by Nissan. Jalen Rose, last play of the first quarter.
Steph Curry with the terrific handle, finds the angle for the floater off the glass. One of his 5 field goals in the first half. The Golden State Warriors going to need a lot more from the chef in the second half.
Up a deuce at the break. Our 60 seconds away from our halftime next.
And the next pick in the 2022 NBA draft is Johnny Davis.
Let me tell you about Johnny Davis. This kid is special with a capital S. He's an incredible shooting guard.
The toasted cheddar chalupa is back, only at Taco Bell.
Joel, since Kansas, we've taken our own path. We've never done what everyone else did. We took on the fear. We ignored the doubt. We loved the excitement. We believed. Even when our path didn't make sense to everyone else, we kept going. We keep going until our path is the one they wish they had taken.
Make sure you're securely fastened.
Yum, 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 yum.
From Disney and Pixar. On June 17th. Hey, what's that noise? Don't break my cat.
He's purring. He likes it.
I do. Disney and Pixar's Lightyear. Rated PG. Only in theaters June 17th.
From executive producers of Love is Blind, 12 contestants hide their family ties to superstars.
Whoever can keep their celebrity relative a secret will win $100,000.
Hosted by Kevin and Frankie Jonas. Claim to Fame. Premieres Monday, July 11th on ABC.
Welcome to the Meta Quest halftime.
It is halftime of Game 2. The Warriors with a 2-point lead at the break. Jason Tatum has 21. Steph Curry has 15. Stephen A., Michael Wilbon, Jalen Rose. I'm Mike Greenberg. What's your overriding impression of the first half?
Well, I'm paying attention to the fact that the Boston Celtics once again are lethal from three-point range, shooting 52% from three-point range. And Jason Tatum, clearly this ain't game one. He's shooting 7 of 16 from the field, 5 of 7 on three-point shots. The only thing that's a positive about Jason Tatum on the side of the Golden State Warriors, he has 21 in the first half, just like Steph Curry had 21, all right, in the first quarter, in game one. And where did that get Golden State? So, Boston, they're in position, but still in all, it's not the same.
In the meantime, the Warriors' primary shooters aren't matching that at all. Klay Thompson, 1 for 8, 0 for 4 from 3. And Jordan Poole, Stephen A. challenged him to let's find him in the game 2. Yes. Haven't found him yet. So with those two guys doing that, puts more pressure on Steph Curry, who's having an okay half at 5 for 12. 2 for 6 on threes. But Klay, why isn't Klay Thompson, Jalen, shooting that pull-up three when he gets the top of the circle, top of the arc? He and Steph are passing up shots we see them take and make all the time.
Because the Boston Celtics do a good job of closing at the three-point line, but also taking away his dribble drive. The one thing that the Golden State Warriors did do, however, plus 12 in the paint. So many times we get enamored with their three-point shooting, and rightfully so. But the Golden State Warriors continue to jab you when they get points in the paint.
They still need to get it done. I mean, all of those explanations are right on point, Jalen. But it's Klay Thompson, three-time champion, one of the top 5 greatest shooters in the history of basketball. Jordan Poole, we were raving about you when the first round of the playoff series were over. You've gone from averaging 23 a game to 13 a game. They got 5 combined points in the first half. That's unacceptable.
Very quickly, did anyone think Draymond Green deserved a second technical in that circumstance?
At first, in live time, I started screaming that he earned one, but he didn't. Look at that replay, which is the whole point. He did not.
They got to start barking at the officials, in particular Draymond Green, with one technical already.
All right, Steph Curry not having a vintage night, though he is leading the Warriors with 15 points. The Warriors are leading by 2, and we're back in a moment. It's Game 2 of the NBA Finals on ABC.
This halftime report is presented by Meta Quest, the official VR headset of the NBA.
It's a good thing you bundled your home, auto, and RV insurance with Progressive. You save money, and you get round-the-clock protection.
So don't worry, it's all under control. That's cool, we'll finish up here.
Bye!
That's why you go to the restroom before the movie starts.
Get epic protection for your Dominion with Progressive.
Itchy, scratchy, family not getting clean? Get Charmin Ultra Strong. It just cleans better, so your family can use less.
Hello, cream bottom.
The joy to go with Charmin.
Hey, you know what I say to all the other titans of tech who are making such a fuss over finally launching themselves into space? Welcome to the club. I've been putting people into spaces for years. Millions of people into millions of spaces. And that must be why Apartments.com is the center of the rental universe. Tippy, tippy toe, tippy, tippy toe. That's a big turkey. Wait a minute. There's one going up now. How many of these guys are there? Apartments.com, the place to find a place.
Introducing Gatorade Fit. Fitness starts from the inside out. Get healthy, real hydration. And no added sugar, artificial sweeteners, or added colors. Fitness starts from within. Gatorade Fit. Healthy, real hydration. All G.
Eating good in the neighborhood.
It's still the Eat Fresh Refresh at Subway, and now they're refreshing their classics.
With a classic.
Refresh.
Because their classic sweet onion sauce is getting refreshed on the new sweet onion steak teriyaki.
You got a refresh too? Line?
Welcome back to the Meta Quest halftime.
Halftime of Game 2, Jason Tatum has 21.
You're right. Stop letting them shoot threes. Make them shoot 2.
The last few years, the Golden State Warriors third quarter team has been the 31st team in the league.
Celtics turnovers keeping the Warriors ahead in this game.
The second half is coming up, and with MetaQuest, the official VR headset of the NBA, fans can watch highlights, compete with friends, and take a selfie in the trophy room at NBA Lane in Horizon Worlds. The third quarter is next.
That's cold.
This presentation of the NBA Finals, presented by YouTube TV, will continue after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
A lot of people assume NBA 2K gamers can't play for real.
Just like they assume they can't afford great insurance. Surprisingly great rates to fit any budget. Call or click to get a quote today.
Attention, please. Millions of AT&T and Verizon customers are suffering from unexpected price hikes and economic adjustment charges. But there is a solution. Right now, when you switch your family to T-Mobile Magenta Max, you can get up to $1,000. And you'll get T-Mobile's price lock guarantee. They won't raise the rates of your rate plan ever, because you are entitled to more.
If you've been impacted, act now. You may be eligible to receive up to $1,000 from T-Mobile.
And you should listen to me. I'm a British actor.
I'm Lemon.
I'm Sanjay.
And this is Bullet Train. Go off the rails. Our guest on this edition of Off the Rails is Lonzo Ball. What are the odds of a basketball player named Ball?
Seriously? I understand you like the freestyle rap.
Yes, sir. Do you want to freestyle rap something for us right now?
Sure.
Riding on a bullet train with Lemon and... I just asked if you wanted to.
Please don't freestyle on my show.
It's like the guy at the party who's always playing the guitar.
You don't play guitar, do you?
Matter of fact, no! Bullet Train, your movie theater, August 5th.
She's unmanageable.
The most powerful father and daughter on TV. Yellowstone's John and Beth Dutton, Kevin Costner and Kelly Riley. So what do they want you to know about Yellowstone?
He's laughing because he knows the scripts for this season.
And Adam Sandler live on
Good Morning America.
Hurricane season, boy, it just began, and we're off to such a quick start.
Our flooding is our chief concern. We are going to see more and more of this rainfall.
It's all about advance warning, your first warning in your neighborhood, in your county, so you know what to expect.
We're still seeing dangerous rainfall.
It's going to be, I think, a very active season, one of those crazy years. But you can count on the WPBF 25 first warning weather team. We'll be right here for you.
I thought he'd be home by now, but you know Jordan.
Yeah, I know, Mom.
One sec.
Hello, Mrs. Lewis.
Yes?
Your son Jordan was in a crash and has died. He wasn't wearing a seatbelt. He was ejected from the vehicle. I'm so sorry for your loss, ma'am.
Mom, is everything okay? Hello?
Where can you find the most advanced neurological care? Right here. With a team of highly trained experts who take a personalized approach to each treatment while utilizing minimally invasive technologies, all delivered with the heart of Baptist Health. Experts in neurological care dedicated to you.
your first warning of storms. WPBF 25 News Mornings.
Welcome back to the NBA Finals, presented by YouTube.
Me with you. Both of us.
Stay high, stay high, stay high.
You don't step up, you get dunked on.
Take more, take more. Stay left, go left, go left.
There's a foul, sure, but watch him travel before. Pump fake, then he kind of hopped again.
That looks like your move.
My move? Oh, no. I know what you're talking about, but...
Well, hey, relax, bro. Relax.
Let him come there.
They were trying to block him.
Not for you. You let him go. I got it.
No, Billy. You.
Please shoot it. You already got one delay game. Give him a second one.
I'm not going to shoot.
That's a shot.
And welcome back, everyone, to San Francisco Chase Center on a beautiful Sunday evening here in San Francisco. Tonight's first half stats brought to you by Kia. And boy, the three-point numbers continue to pop off the page, especially when you look at the Boston Celtics, 10 of 19 from downtown, guys. This in light of the fact they went 21 of 41 in game one. They haven't cooled off, but guys, at the other end of the spectrum, let's talk about a guy that's been here before. Jeff, Klay Thompson continues to struggle. How does he turn it around here in the second half for the Warriors?
I think it starts getting an easy one. Get a layup, get to the free throw line, do other things. But he's been a count rush to me on his jump shots.
Yeah, if I'm Draymond Green or Kevon Looney, I'm going to find a way to create shots for him by setting screens and trying to get him quality look so he can get himself going.
Heck, at halftime, I would show him YouTube TV highlights where he's making them over and over and over again.
Pass out of bounds. And Green turns it over. Did not hit Wiggins on the baseline drift. Jaylen Brown brings it up court. He started off hot, but ended up 4 of 12 from the field. Here's Tatum out front. Green touches the paint. That's going to be a foul against Draymond Green. It'll be his second personal foul.
Celtics do such a good job once they get the Warriors rotating and closing, showing shot, getting a second penetration into the paint. Really good offense.
Brown with the open three. A little bit strong. Curry with the board. Quick hit ahead to Klay Thompson. Missing again, but the follow no good. Wiggins battling, had it knocked loose. And Smart back the other way. Celtics with numbers. Got a 5-on-4. Wiggins behind the play. Brown and gets the layup. Tied at 52. Let's check in courtside with Lisa.
Hey, Mark. Well, Ime Udoka said what he didn't like about that first half was Boston's 11 turnovers. He said, we had 7 when I talked to you after the first quarter, then got 4 more. Those 11 turnovers gave them 18 points. He said that's 18 points we just gifted them. What he liked, he said, his team's competitiveness. Despite the chippiness of the game, he said, we expected them to play like this. They know they can't go to Boston down 0-2, and they're playing like it. We're playing through that, and I like it. Mark?
All right, Lisa. Whistle and a blocking foul going to go against Marcus Smart. Guys, that miss by Al Horford at the other end, interestingly enough, was his first field goal attempt of the game in 18 minutes played. Stark contrast to game 1, where he led the way with 26. Unfair to expect him to have 26 every game, though, right?
No, not fair. But I tell you what I am watching, I don't like the way that Robert Williams is moving in this ballgame. If I'm the Warriors and Steph Curry, I'm putting him in high pick-and-roll action.
Klay turns the corner and misses the layup badly. Wiggins picks up Smart. Brown with a tough fadeaway. Boy, the degree of difficulty on some of his shots is pretty high at times. Curry for deep. Out of bounds off of Williams. Well, it's time for More or Less, brought to you by YouTube TV. Get more than cable for less than cable. What do you want to see more of for the Boston Celtics? We talked about Klay, but at the other end, how much of a factor do you feel Robert Williams has been so far, Kev?
Well, I agree with Mark. I just don't think he's quite healthy enough. But I think both teams to start this half have been totally uneven offensively. Some bad shot attempts.
They put Williams in space, and Wiggins drives on him to draw the foul. That's going to be Williams' first personal.
What I'd like to see less of is Jason Tatum settling. I look at the way that he's being defended. There's no answer in white and gold defending him. He can have his way, but he's got to be aggressive and slow it down a little.
Curry off the inbound. Thompson into the paint. Curry behind the screen. Wiggins with the board. Williams with the big block.
But I love what Wiggins is doing, getting on that offensive board. He missed a point-blank layup to start this half. There, another good effort, but what a reaction by Robert Williams.
But even on the block by Williams, he comes down on the right foot, holding the left foot in the air. He is certainly far from 100% right now.
Yeah, they've really managed his minutes so far in the series, and did against the Heat. Looney slams it home. Warriors up 5-4. Looney a perfect 4 for 4. They double team Brown and get the turnover. Green to Thompson, pulls. Finally looks at the Chase Center crowd and says, that was way overdue.
First 2 times, Klay Thompson curls off the screen going 100 miles per hour. This time comes off as a shooter. And you pay the price if you're the Celtics to give him airspace. Consistently getting those type of looks will lead to a 7-0 run for the Warriors.
When you're little and you see female basketball players wearing men's sneakers, you just ask why. I don't think there's a good reason why. I made a brand built by and for female basketball players. I'm using Windows 11 because one day I am the CFO, the other day I am the box designer. What helps me is Snap Assist. We need a brand that is going to put women's basketball players first. And Windows 11 is where I can get it done.
The next sale is a digital treasure trove charming Ellie's private data.
What?
Lot number 1, her emails. The ones she's opened and read, drugstore purchases. Her recent transactions. Oh, I hear 600, 620, 640, 660, 680. Oh.
We love our house. Been here for years.
Yeah, but there's an animal in the attic. At least Geico makes bundling our home and car insurance easy.
We save a lot.
For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
Chicken fries are back on the 2 for $5 mix and match at Burger King. Want them as a side? Duh. A snack? Obviously. A meal? Yes. Mix and match chicken fries your way on the 2 for $5, only at Burger King.
Every night I dream the same dream. Protect our world.
Step into the arena. We ain't come to play. Step into the ring. We don't play no games.
I'm a superhero.
I got something to prove. Nothing to lose.
Oh, no.
The leap of faith. Some hesitate, but not you. You don't ask what if. You embrace what's next with open arms. You don't question your decision. You double down. Because you know the thrill is worth it. The 2022 Telluride Nightfall Edition. Kia, movement that inspires.
ABC July 7th, a new comedy game show between juniors
The comedy team known as the 3 what? 3 dummies?
and seniors.
What's TikTok?
Kelly Ripa hosts Generation Gap, premiering Thursday, July 7th on ABC.
This copyrighted broadcast of the National Basketball Association may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the express written consent of the NBA.
Well, as part of our ongoing commitment to social justice, the NBA family has established the NBA Foundation, committing more than $300 million to be invested in community organizations that promote economic opportunity for black youth. The Ghetto Film School, based in Los Angeles, helps young filmmakers develop their talents, and they're here at the finals documenting the action. To learn more about the foundation's grant recipients, visit NBAFoundation.com.
And they were documenting our great crew in the truck led by producer Tim Corrigan, Jeff Evers as the director today, get well, Mike Schwabe.
And I got a chance to meet them. Give credit to the NBA Foundation and the NBA in general for embracing and creating opportunities. Awfully impressive group of young men and women. And they promised me I was going to make the final cut.
You too? Oh, so you can be bought off. That's something to be proud of. So they are journalists right now that have already proven they can be bought. They're on a great road right now.
A source told them.
Yeah.
Tatum knocks down the first free throw. Tatum 3 for 3 from the free throw line. Remember game 1, just 12 points, although he did have those 13 assists. But what do you make of his floor game tonight, Mark? Still making the right plays regardless of the numbers?
Still making the right plays, but I think the numbers don't tell the story because it looks like he's having a great game. He can really capitalize in the way that he's being defended. He's got to make the proper adjustments.
Number splits off of Looney. Draymond slipped it.
And I think he's really struggled in the two-point area. I think he's trying to do a little too much of extending the ball in front of him, a la James Harden, and getting it stripped. And I think he's got to knock in those point-blank shots. He's 5 for 7 for 3 and 2 for 9 from 2.
Curry working against Horford, took his ankles. Not ready to give him back either. 8-point lead for the Warriors. Curry with 20. Horford with a mismatch on Klay Thompson. Tough defense, they get the stop. Thompson with the hezzy. Bucket.
And the adjustment made by Klay Thompson, curling off screens and not settling at the three-point line. Finding a way to stop the poor shooting by getting some easy ones.
Up to 7. Smart blocked by Looney. Warriors ball. And Robert Williams took a little friendly fire maybe at that end as well, getting up slowly.
And the Celtics don't want to take another timeout.
He get hit by his own guy? Or? Oh, boy. Got rolled up on by Smart. Remember Robert Williams missed a little time in the postseason on that surgically repaired knee.
And I'm going straight high pick and roll with Robert Williams in the action. That's exactly what the Warriors are doing.
Looney slips. Here's Curry. Horford switches on to Curry. Mouthpiece showing. Wiggins. One more. Wiggins fouled by Williams. Goes toppling to the court. Oh, Robert Williams got his money's worth on that one.
But, Coach, you see the adjustment by Klay Thompson. It's clear his mindset coming off these screens and putting the ball on the deck.
They're going to close hard on you. Your counter is drive by him, and what he often doesn't do is he's not asked to make plays off the dribble. They're a nice find of Wiggins.
Wiggins is connected on his last 11 foul shots. Golden State with its largest lead of the ball game. Well, the NBA Finals continue Wednesday night on ABC. NBA Countdown begins our coverage from Boston at 8:30 with the tip of the game 3 shortly after 9 o'clock Eastern time. Wiggins has been a great defender all year for the Golden State Warriors. Assistant coach Mike Brown sat down with him earlier this year, showed him video of him really doing a great lockup job on LeBron James, and really implored him to become an elite defender, really convinced Wiggins that he could be one, and he's been up to the challenge most of the year at that end. Brown pulls it out against Looney. Horford got it.
Nice play by Jaylen Brown. Backed it up against the switch of the pick and roll by Looney, and then attacked him and dropped it to Horford.
Curry cut up by Grant Williams. Relocates on the wing. 10 on the shot clock. Draws the hit on Brown. Count it. No, they're going to say before the shot. Zach Zarba indicates that he's waving it off on the far side of the floor. That's going to be the 3rd foul on Brown.
Yeah, the illegal contact took place before he got in the upward motion, but this is the right call that the officials are supposed to make, but a bad rule. That is the definition right there of continuation.
Bad rule. What would you change about it?
To make it, to give it back to the referees, that it doesn't have to be like any set thing. It's like, is this continuation or not? That, to me, no extra dribble, that's continuation.
That's game where I'm from. Game over. We're going to be arguing for about 45 minutes.
You're disagreeing with me?
No, I'm saying count that basket.
What's wrong with your suburban court that you played on that you're going to argue for like 45 minutes? Take the ball and let's go.
Curry knocks down the free throw. Or at least the Celtics talk about the fact that they really underestimated the momentum swings in these finals games, and were caught a little bit off guard in game one in the fourth quarter. So far, the Warriors looking like they're starting to put together one of those patented prolific third quarters that their dynastic teams did years through.
Well, they did that in game one as well. A terrific third quarter. They just couldn't stave off a onslaught that the Celtics gave them in the fourth.
We got a technical foul against Ime Udoka. Curry will shoot it. Technical against.
I don't think we want to go back to Ime Udoka's, like, to show what he's saying right now. Because I'm not a great lip reader, but I know he's not saying hello to Josh Tiven right now.
Whenever they lower the mask, Jeff, it's a little different, right? Brown to trigger. Celtics down by 12. Smart. Great kick out to Brown for three.
You're right. That's a great pass by Smart. How he wrapped it around and threw it all the way back to the slot.
Wiggins off the drag. Thompson. Mid-range. Line drive never had a chance. Brown coming back in transition. Tough shot. Maybe a bad shot that time. Curry with the in-and-out dribble. Looney battling. Out-hustles Horford. Thompson for three. Building would have exploded. A lob for Horford. And he misfires. I'm not sure about throwing alley-oops for a 36-year-old. We're 36 on Friday. We're going to get a timeout. We're going to catch our breath, and so will they. We'll be back right after this.
The NBA Finals, presented by YouTube TV, are brought to you by Minions, The Rise of Gru. Only in theaters July 1st.
Kaya na pananaiguan na sipolata.
Oh, yes, please.
Peanut. Peanut. Okay, vamos.
So, people can get a free Samsung Galaxy S22 when they trade in a Galaxy. Any year, any condition.
Oh, I get it. So you can take your old phone that you've had for 12 years and loved every minute of and trade it in for something new that suits your life now?
That's right, yeah.
Then enjoy immediate success, even though you'll never forget your old phone, ever.
It's a great trade.
Life-changing.
Get a free Samsung Galaxy S22 with any Galaxy trade-in. Any year, any condition. Only at AT&T.
She knows.
She knows Chipotle is made fresh with real ingredients. She also knows the Chipotle app is that same Chipotle on a whole new level. From skipping the line for pickup to rewards for free Chipotle. The Chipotle app is your Chipotle on a whole new level.
They said we'd have flying cars by now. Trucks engineered for thrills. And crossovers driven by an electric current. Imagine if we waited for that kind of power. The power to create the lives we dreamed about. When we can have it all now.
Are we there yet?
Back in the Bay Area, Warriors up 12 and point the finger directly to their inspirational leader, getting under the skin of the Boston Celtics.
Well, he brought the requisite intensity and tenacity, and maybe goes overboard at times like here, but he needs to walk that line.
Absolutely, because he sets the tone for everybody else, not just the opposition, but more importantly, for his troops.
I'll tell you one guy that won't argue about Draymond's disposition. It's this guy, his collegiate head coach, Tom Izzo.
Great coach, great leader, terrific man.
Wiggins backing down White. They repost it. Boy, great help by Marcus Smart. Digs down and comes up with the steal. But they give it away at the other end. Otto Porter. Payton was trying to go cross court to Curry. Instead, here's Green. Curry with the float game, missed it. Tried to quick shoot Tatum and couldn't.
Warriors not moving as much in the half court as we're accustomed to seeing. It's a lot of isolation, a lot more pick and roll.
Grant Williams from the corner, he cashes out.
And one thing you don't want to do, you're the Warriors, start to get careless and give life to this Celtic team. We've seen that move before in game one.
They gave away a bunch of their lead in the latter part of the third quarter. A bad miss by Green on the three. It's been cut it to 7 here. Tatum off the quick action. Knocks one down again from deep. His 6-3 ball tonight.
And to me, that's a small pick and roll. That should be up on the screen, switching to the body of Tatum.
And that was the problem. They didn't switch up.
One more to the corner to Porter. And he gets one back at the other end. Steve Kerr calling for a little bit more ball pressure as Tatum brings it up. White. Shot clock at 8. Good defense by Steph getting over the screen. Smart on the baseline. Horford with the offensive board. Shot clock at 10. Puts his head down. Boy, that pass really never had a chance. Ray directing traffic. Puts his head down, and that's going to be a block against Marcus Smart, who's slow to get up. That's going to be his 4th personal foul.
I'll tell you, on the other end, as we take a look at Draymond Green pushing the basketball, getting the call and going to the line for the 2. But if you're out, you got to win this battle. You got to, again, when we talk about Tatum, slow it down. You have a matchup that's favorable to you. Get to your spot. Warren's doing a good job of rushing the offensive individual talent of the Boston Celtics tonight.
Green knocks down the first free throw. The lead back up to 10. Al Horford telling us a little bit earlier he enjoyed his 36th birthday on Friday. Had a chance to get together with a bunch of his family members, a dozen or so of them here in the San Francisco area. Rented a double-decker bus and toured the San Francisco area and by the Golden Gate Bridge and ate some good food afterwards, the Fisherman's Wharf area. Had himself a heck of a game in game 1. Green knocks down the second.
And Draymond Green and Grant Williams balking at each other.
That's love language. Tatum on the wing against Wiggins. Shot clock at 8. Good contest by Wiggins, out of bounds. It'll be Celtics ball. You didn't like that, Jeff?
Well, there's just so much. I mean, the court is so crowded to end up with a side step 3 off a wing isolation. That's just, you're expecting the guy to hit a home run.
Richards. Curry guarding him. Defense by Curry. And White watches it.
You talked about it, Jonesy. That's outstanding defense by Steph Curry.
He's really improved over the years.
He has, because of his competitive spirit. He understood what he had to do to get better across the board. And he has certainly improved and taken that challenge.
Those shoulders a lot bigger than they were when he first came into the league. Told me that he put on some 15 pounds since playing for you, Mark.
If you care about winning, you'll get better on defense.
Well, he's got the offense taken care of, Jeff. An 8-0 run for the Warriors.
One adjustment they've done is just kept it simple. Putting Steph Curry in pick-and-roll action, forcing a big, whether it's Al Horford, Robert Williams, or that time Grant Williams, to defend him.
White got to the rim. Curry kept it alive, but it goes to Pritchard. Williams tried to get it inside, tipped out of bounds. Off of the Warriors.
Well, it's like Mark said, they've gone away from more movement and motion, and they're going pick and rolls. Here, Gary Payton with a terrific screen. And in that drop coverage, he walks into a 3.
Tatum spins right into Draymond Green. Pritchard from deep with 2 on the clock. Golden State with another stop, trying to close out this third quarter better than they did in game 1. Curry cooking a colossal 3.
I know one thing, you can't be back against Steph Curry as Tatum drives and gets fouled.
They're going to meet him up by half court?
You got it. No, but look on the screen. Otto Porter with Tice is dropping. You cannot guard him like that. You have to be up if you're Tice.
And the answer is, look, I'm in position, coach. Look at my stance. That's not going to work. You might as well be in the paint. You might as well be on the bench with me. That's an open shot for Steph Curry. That's bad defense.
And the one before was very similar.
Curry 5 of 11 from deep. Tatum trying to stop the hemorrhaging right now. Folks, here's the upcoming final schedule brought to you by Crypto.com. Game 3 coming up Wednesday night from Boston. 9 p.m. Eastern time. And game 4 is Friday at 9. Also from Boston, all NBA Finals games on ABC. Tatum goes 1 for 2. Curry's got 13 points here in the period.
I wonder what the high number of pick and rolls that he's running a game this year, because over and over right now.
What's the danger in going to more pick and roll as opposed to their usual motion and movement?
Oh, I don't know if there is danger. The danger is not getting the ball in his hands enough, because he puts the maximum pressure on your defense.
That's why if I'm the Celtics, I would strongly consider trapping him, forcing him to get rid of the basketball.
Tatum started at the nail and draws the foul in the paint. Driving by Curry.
And I like that. Warriors are switching Curry on to Tatum. Instead of rolling him all the way to the post, they roll him to the free throw line area, post him there, and then quick isolation, one dribble attack.
Tatum back at the free throw line.
Posts him right there and goes.
15. Their largest lead of the game was 17. Trying to close out this quarter. Poole back in. Little step-up screen by Looney. Quick crossover. And Looney with the layup.
Good play by Poole off the dribble.
He's done a better job of making plays and getting rid of the basketball.
Williams made a nice catch to keep the ball in play for Boston. Under a minute to go, 50 seconds in the third. Tatum against Wiggins. Stayed on his feet. White on the drive. Tice, and they won't get one off. Good verticality in the paint. 16 turnovers now for Boston.
This is a good play by Jordan Poole. Gets into the seams. Game one, he tried to do too much. Game two, he's made the adjustment. Give him credit. Got rid of the basketball. But I'll tell you what the adjustment has been. In game one, the Boston Celtics scored 120 points. Golden State Warriors, much you want to fall in love with Steph Curry's shot making and their offense, it's been their defense that has taken over this game.
Jordan Poole says, let's go. Let's spin.
And again, pick and roll, pick and roll, pick and roll, pick and roll.
About a 5-second difference between the shot and game clock. Grant Williams having a running conversation with Zach Sarba. This game has turned pretty physical. White from deep. Golden State has a lot of time. Poole with the ball. Launches. Oh! Money! The pool party has just begun.
Flat out, get it done. Recognizing the clock dwindling down. Knocks down the long ball. Good old-fashioned game of pool.
This presentation of the NBA Finals continues after this message and a word from our ABC station.
We have something within that sets us apart. We always prevail. Determination powers us, even when the odds are stacked against us.
We overcome obstacles. We have the will to succeed. And when we accomplish our goal, we're ready for what's next.
Rise to the challenge with the rugged performance of the Pilot, CR-V, Ridgeline, and the all-new Passport Trail Sport from Honda.
The Stanley Cup Final begins June 18th.
There's no limit to deliciousness when you order on the McD app and get 20% off any purchase of $1 or more every day. Don't hold back. You've got the app. Pick up a crispy chicken sandwich, fries, and a Dr. Pepper and save 20% with the app. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
This is supersonic Wi-Fi from Xfinity. It's fast.
Like beyond gig speed fast. Incoming!
We're talking 3 times the bandwidth and the power to connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's powerful.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Unbeatable internet from Xfinity.
Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Get supersonic Wi-Fi with a new Xfinity 3-for-1 bundle. Unlimited gig internet with equipment included, a 2-year rate guarantee, no term contract, and much more. Switch today.
Memorial Day savings ends soon at City Mattress. Save up to $1,000 on adjustable mattress sets, or save up to 25% on in-stock sleepers. Plus, get interest-free financing today at City Mattress.
Trust the WPBF 25 First Warning Weather Team.
King of the Court is brought to you by Burger King. Golden State outscoring Boston 35-14 in the third quarter, punctuated with this exclamation point. 94 feet, halfway is about 45. Jordan Poole with the splash. And the reaction outside Chase Center. Back for the fourth quarter right after this.
YouTube TV is more than cable for less than cable. More dramas with unlimited DVR. Less drama with, limited DVR. More modern, more simple, $750 less than cable per year. Try it free.
I got my flavor in St. Louis with barbecue heat like nowhere else. And now, I'm bringing that flavor to you. Hope you like it hot. Introducing Ruffles Flamin' Hot Barbecue. Own your ridges.
Mac and cheese. Fries.
Tenders.
Silence.
KFC's Sides Lovers Meal. Pair 3 sides with tenders or your favorite fried chicken. That's finger licking good.
YouTube TV is more than cable for less than cable. More innovative, more technologically advanced, more convenient, more enjoyable, more modern, more flexible, more standard features like unlimited DVR, more of a whole bunch of stuff for less money than cable. In a nutshell.
Welcome back to the NBA Finals, presented by YouTube TV. From Chase Center in San Francisco, Game 2, the Warriors with another patented scoring barrage, especially from deep in that third quarter once again. But remember what happened in Game 4. Jaylen Brown caught fire early in the period to turn the beat around. We'll see what happens here. Payton knocked it away. Green finds Poole again. Payton.
Tell you what, give credit. The Warriors have responded. They have flat out outworked the Boston Celtics in this game tonight.
If you're a coach, Jeff, are you reminding your team of what happened at the start of the fourth quarter in Game 1, or is that necessary?
You know, I think sometimes too many reminders are unnecessary. I think they're fully aware of two things. That they've dominated the third quarter in both games tonight, outscoring the Celtics by 21. And just how, the second thing, just how good the Celtics are.
Tatum. Get the miss defensively. Bielitsa moving his feet well. Expected Poole to walk into the 3, goes to the 2. Looked at his wrist and said, I got time today. Jordan Poole catching fire here in the second half. Horford falls. Bielitsa with some room service. And it's fallen apart for Udoka and the Celtics. The microphone is yours, San Francisco.
Jane? The old ex-girlfriend.
What's it been, like 3, 4 years?
8 years, 7 months and 6 days, give or take.
This is my vow.
All gods will die.
You are not like the other gods.
Because I have something worth fighting for.
Thor: Love and Thunder. See the full trailer online now.
The 2022 Tundra. Toyota. Let's go places.
So the Pizza Hut $10 tastemaker has any 3 toppings you want?
It's the best delivery deal around. Can't put a price on that.
Actually, you can. It's only $10.
Actually, it's only $10. The large 3-topping $10 tastemaker. No, Pizza Hut. That's you.
Hi, we're Visible, a new kind of wireless company. Started by this company, I'd add. Other companies pay for stores, which means you pay for stores. But this is our store, which means you get a single-line unlimited plan for as low as $25 a month. Switch today at Visible.com.
This is Antonelli's Cheese Shop, and we're the Antonellis.
We chose our Spark Cash Plus card from Capital One because we earn unlimited 2% cash back on every purchase.
And with no preset spending limit, our purchasing power adapts to our business needs. What's in your wallet?
You've got 3 minutes before they're on top of you. Door number 1, disappear. Door number 2 is you engage.
He's on the move.
I have a story worth telling. There's no limit to the damage he'll do. I'm gonna find him.
What I'm built for is defending things that need defending. The best things I've done in my life have been in service of that.
FX is The Old Man. Premieres June 16th on FX. Stream on Hulu.
It's the NBA Finals.
The finals are underway.
And legacies are on the line. The Warriors look to return to glory.
What a performance. Bang! This building is shaking.
And the Celtics, they have no quit aim to raise Lucky Banner 18. Legendary status awaits.
It's the NBA Final. This is what it's all about.
Because the finals are forever.
Somebody will reach basketball immortality.
Warriors Celtics, Wednesday on ABC.
Back in San Francisco with the Warriors up 29, and Curry has 29. Really going at the bigs of Boston there. Gets around Horford, sees the floor. Beautiful, well-timed cut by Wiggins. And here, the step back going to his left. Gets just enough space for him to get off a good-looking three. And a great screen by Payton. Good contest by Grant Williams from behind. But if you're the Celtics, you need someone up at the level of the screen. You cannot let him walk into pick-and-roll threes.
Curry with another big night, 29, with the meter still running. Richard up court out of the timeout for the Celtics.
I'm not sure the meter hasn't been shut off right now. I'm not sure we'll see him.
Biggest lead of the ball game. Pritchard got his own shot back. Neesmith in the ball game. And Neesmith out of Vanderbilt getting some run here with Tice, White,
all bench players for the Celtics right now.
Klay Thompson with a nice back cut. Whistle and a foul going to go against Thompson. That's going to be his first personal foul. Good signs of coming to life in the second half. Tatum on the bench. 28.
But he was a minus 36 during the game.
You put a lot of stock in plus minus?
Over time, absolutely.
The side pick and roll. Nice pass inside to Neesmith for the bucket.
And Coach, you can attest to this. One thing you don't want to do in these type of situations is give life to an individual player.
There's no question. Poole in full flight. That pass never made it to Payton.
I've been there before. You watch a guy struggle, and all of a sudden he gets a rhythm in times like this, and then you got to deal with him the rest of the series.
Even in garbage time?
Even in garbage time, especially in garbage time.
Good contest by Tice. They got the missed shot out of bounds, kicked out of bounds by Pritchard. Baseline out of bounds. Golden State ball. And Steve Kerr will call a timeout. We'll take 1-2 with 9:24 to go in game 2. We'll be back after this.
The NBA Finals are presented by YouTube TV. Everything live TV should be. Try it free. And in part by American Express. With Amex, it's never a question of if, but when.
YouTube TV is more than cable for less than cable. More huge moments in the playoffs. Less huge bills to pay off. More big hits. Less getting hit with hidden fees. More triple-digit pitches. Less triple-digit payments. More modern. More simple. $750 less than cable per year. Try it free.
The redesigned Corona Slim can, named after yours truly. Slim is one of my old nicknames. You better ask somebody. Might as well call them Snoop cans. You like that?
You know that show I was telling you about? Yeah, I was so close to the stage when I saw her, and
she pulled me in. Wasn't expecting that. It was
literally the greatest thing I've ever seen. It was such a scene, but I looked pretty hot.
So hot, I mean, the look on his face.
Face it. You really missed out on the best
time of our lives. You really have to be there.
When you're with Amex, you always have a story to tell. It's never a question of if it's going to happen, it's when.
When you use the app to get free medium fries and drink with your quarter pounder with cheese, be sure to save some fries for after, because the ketchup that falls from the QPC just hits different.
People assume these photo shoots are easy.
Just like they assume they can't afford great insurance. But State Farm has rates that fit any budget.
What?
Can I get a profile?
All in the core.
For surprisingly great rates that fit any budget, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Just the oldest rookie on the LAPD.
I'm the oldest trainee at the academy.
You're the real thing. New this week on Jimmy Kimmel Live, the Eagle has landed. President Joe Biden in the house. Plus Jeff Bridges, Andy Garcia, and so much more. Jimmy Kimmel Live, late night. New this week on ABC. Here's Jordan Poole. Try and keep that vibe as long as he's got it. Still on the floor with 9:15 to go. Bielitsa. 9 minutes to go. White out top. Pritchard from the wing. And it'll be coming back the other way.
You know, you made the point, you asked the question, even in garbage time. Well, as we take a look at Jordan Poole, look at these numbers.
Oh, wow. We got some.
How did Mark Jackson? Why would you have the ball at the end of a quarter?
Can we just let him enjoy the fact?
Give the rock up.
No, ask the late, great Kobe Bryant as he defended me at half court as I took a jump hook from half court and splashed.
It was not a jump hook.
It was.
Wow.
Do you remember the shot?
Absolutely. You're in the NBA Finals. You ever been there? As a player?
Klay Thompson.
Oh, I thought you were talking in general. I've been there twice.
Oh, swag on 1,000.
No, just, you know. And while we're mentioning that, Mike Fratello got the Chuck Daly Award presented to him at the end of the first quarter tonight. Coach Fratello, unbelievable career with the Atlanta Hawks, the Cleveland Cavaliers, and the Memphis Grizzlies there with Rick Carlisle presenting the award to him. Great honor.
Yeah, the award honors the memory of late, great Chuck Daly.
Outstanding head coach.
I got to tell you Chuck Daly's story. As a young 24-year-old reporter covering the Pistons, he always made time for a guy that barely knew whether that basketball was pumped or stuffed. So, one of the greats of our game. Neesmith, nice pass to Pritchard.
But I was making the point, you asked the question about even in garbage time, can a guy get it going? That's the sole reason, in my opinion, that Steve Kerr has Klay Thompson in this ball game with such a huge lead, trying to get him going.
Get some reps. This is that jumper.
And that's like a great look for him off the split action with Green and Pritchard with a couple of hoops in a row.
Reed is at 25. Jeff, I asked you during the commercial, where's that fine line as to whether you leave your starters out there or not if you're Boston down by a seemingly insurmountable amount of points?
Well, I also think Ime Udoka and his staff thinks that this team on the floor with better energy gives them a better chance if they were to have a second miracle comeback.
7:09 to go. Udoka did a fantastic job with the Celtics team this year. If you don't already know the story, they're 18-21 around the midway point of the season. Surrendered a 25-point lead and lost to the New York Knicks. And after that point, Udoka alchemized that team defensively and offensively into literally the best team in the NBA from the late January point on to the end of the regular season. Did a fantastic job really winning over that locker room.
I agree, but you lost me with alchemized. What is that?
Transformed.
Transformed. I like that.
I give you permission
Almost
to
magically.
talk on my behalf. He lost us.
They need some magic here, guys. Williams on the drive, goes through Draymond Green. It's a block. Just to chronicle that story numerically, they were a game under 500 January 23rd, and then 28-7 the rest of the way. Guys really bought in at both ends of the floor.
And remember, they also made some structural changes to their roster in and about that time. Tice came back. Derek White came in.
How much of a difference did it make having Marcus Smart, the primary ball handler, with Derek Schroeder going the other way? He left the team.
It relieved some of the stress of trying to fight for position, trying to fight for minutes. But I think the biggest point is what you talked about.
Grant Williams and Draymond Green still at it. That's going to be the third foul against Williams.
But to me, the biggest point was the leadership of Ime Udoka, the head coach. When guys are looking for a reason, as we take a look at Green and Williams continuing to get involved with one another. When guys are looking for a reason to let go of the rope, he did his finest job of leading this basketball team and refusing to allow them.
Bull missing the three. White, Tice, Pritchard, Williams, and Neesmith on the floor for the Celtics. Very small lineup. White was fouled. He'll get a couple of shots. Remember Derek White becoming a new father. His son Hendricks, born during the Miami series, and like Fred VanVleet back in 2019, guys become dads and go on these scoring benches and play great basketball.
I'd be hoping they're having another kid real soon, because he has been absolutely rolling.
I don't know if that's statistically insignificant, but it's adding up for Boston. Hey, the NBA Finals continue Wednesday on ABC. NBA Countdown begins our coverage from Boston at 8:30. With the tip of the game, 3 shortly after 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Green and Bielitsa go to the bench for Golden State. Could be the end of their respective evenings.
And this is a challenge to Marcus Smart, Al Horford, because Draymond Green, the numbers won't say it, but he had a different game tonight. His intensity, his defensive force that he brought to the table, on edge with his attitude and his approach and his mentality. And you look at the numbers for Horford and Marcus Smart, they have to look and say, we've got to be better and bring more to the table.
Draymond Green was playing on the brink. Clay went for the punch and is fouled by White. Clay will get that procession back to the free throw line.
And I think you're absolutely 100% correct why Klay Thompson's in the game. And when he goes to the rim like that and takes a fall, as a coach, you're just nervous. I mean, it's a good cut as he's being overplayed. A nice delivery by Poole.
His first basket back from injury this year in the regular season, I believe, was a play similar to that where he dunked it home.
Well, he got hurt. He got hurt on a play similar to that.
That too.
So I definitely understand what you're saying, and I would take him out now and think we'd get some shots up tomorrow.
Tice getting his shot up, and Looney with the board. 24-point lead for Golden State past the midway point of the fourth and final period. Moody out to Poole. And a turnover goes up court to White. White with an easy layup. Steve Kerr will call timeout with the lead down to 22. 5:38 to go. They're going to put this one to bed.
coming around. Turn around. Every night and then I pull the cord, and I need you now tonight, and I need you more. I really need you tonight. Forever's gonna start tonight.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Gillette presents the Gillette Labs with Exfoliating Bar, a razor designed to take the hassle out of your routine for an effortless shave in one efficient stroke. The bar and the handle removes unseen dirt and debris that gets in the way of the blades, so nothing gets between you and a quick and easy shave. And you get it all with a lifetime warranty. Gillette, the best a man can get.
Welcome back to the NBA Finals presented by YouTube TV. A look at some of the cogent numbers tonight. Al Horford just 2 after 26 in game 1. That's the one that really seems to pop off the page. Smart with just a bucket as well after 18. Interesting conversation with Al Horford, who is the first player of Dominican descent to play in these NBA Finals. Talked about the importance of kids coming up in the Dominican Republic, being able to watch him play basketball in a nation that produces some of the best baseball players in the world. He's been able to inspire a lot. There's Poole with the open look. Laces that three. And I really enjoyed the argument, Jeff, you and Mark had about the Oakland A's and the Yankees on the way over here tonight. Speaking of baseball.
Well, it's Hauser. We can't pass up Hauser's first finals bucket for 3, but there's no doubt 72, 73, 74 A's is the greatest team of all time.
And if you don't knock it off, man.
Duck everyone.
With all due respect to that great A's team, the Yankees are clearly the correct answer. You take whatever team you want.
Play with a tough turnaround.
Man, 4 for 19 for Thompson.
I tell you what, though, defensive, I'm the Celtics. I'm not going to give him looks no matter what his numbers say.
Oh, I agree with that. But the Warriors need him to play well if they're to win this series.
How worried are you guys about Clay at this point after 2 games?
I'm not worried. He's a great shooter. He'll figure it out. But they've got to also help him figure it out.
Moody to bring it up court as Toscano Anderson gets ready to come into the ball game. Three and a half to go. We're going to get a timeout called. This one feels done. Feeling's right. Back after this.
Welcome to Allstate, where the safer you drive, the more you save. Like Rachel here.
How am I looking?
Looking good. The most cautious driver we got.
Am I there?
No, keep going.
How's that?
I'll say when.
Now? Is that good?
Lots of cars have backup cameras now, you know.
Those are for amateurs.
There we go. Like a glove, girl. Safe driving and DriveWise can save you 40% with Allstate. Click or call for a quote today.
It's still the E-Fresh Refresh. In Subway's refreshing everything. Like the Baja Steak and Jack. Power high with tender shaved steak, topped with delicious pepper jack cheese. Now kicking it up a notch with smoky Baja Chipotle sauce.
Yep, they're constantly refreshing.
Y'all get your own commercial. Subway keeps refreshing.
Michelob Ultra, 2.6 carbs and 95 calories.
Steph Curry back in fine form. 5 consecutive years in the finals. 2 years off. Not even making the postseason, but looking very comfortable once again here in game 2. 29 points on 5 of 12 from deep. And that pick and roll, really a big part of his success in the second half. Look at supreme confidence etched across his countenance here in the second half of the ball game. Golden State up big, 102-78. Moody, guarded by Stauskas. Lee with the drive and kick. Toscano Anderson. Well, guys, I was referring to the improved defensive talents of Steph Curry. We saw him on offense there a moment ago. It's not unusual to see him after games go into the conditioning room, the weight room, and do push-ups with 35-pound plates on his back and do cardio for 20 minutes and go through almost a full workout after a game. And you see the difference that it's made from, if you look at him as a rookie to now, it's really tangible. Moody with the slam.
Off a nice pass by Toscano Anderson.
Cornette slips the screen and gets the slam.
The interesting thing for me moving forward, it's going to be a long series. That is a series of adjustments both ways. Moving forward in Game 3, how will the Boston Celtics defend Steph Curry in pick-and-roll action?
Well, they're going to be up, either switching from an up position or whether they full out trap him or drop from the up position. They're not going to let him walk into those, because you know what's going to happen. You don't know what's going to happen on if he throws it to somebody else, but you know you let him walk into off the dribble threes, particularly to his left.
Back out to Toscano Anderson. Trying to post up Stauskas, and Neesmith with good defense. Stauskas in the ball game, former first-round pick of the Sacramento Kings, getting a little bit of run. Just lucky to and gratefully to be in the NBA right now after setting the G League ablaze. Here he is from downtown and knocks one home. Guys, interesting story. He was ready to give up basketball altogether. Came out and scored 53 points, 47 the next game. And then Brad Stevens called and said, we want to sign you to a deal. Before he was ready to quit basketball altogether, his wife said, hey, I'm pregnant with our baby. If you're not going to do it for yourself, do it for us. And here he is, at least getting some run in an NBA Finals game.
What a story.
But it just shows you at times the frustration that when you're not having
This one is pretty much done. Guys, I want to, at this point, say thank you for bringing me into your broadcast team. And
you were awesome.
Me feel a great part of it, and thank you.
Thank you.
Talented people on this crew, and thanks for making my job real easy.
Well, thank you. Incredible job of taking over for a Hall of Famer and a true legend.
Well, it was that 35-14 third quarter that blew it open for Golden State. And this time, Boston did not have a response. Steph Curry put the finishing touches on it. 29 points. Tatum got off to a great start. Ended up with 28 points, but that minus 36, however you want to read into it, whether you want to put a lot of weight of gravity into it or not, is the worst of his career. So the Golden State Warriors even the series, the finals, at 1 game apiece. And we'll swing back to Boston Wednesday night at 9 p.m. Eastern time for the tip of Game 3. Lisa standing by with Steph Curry.
Thank you, Mark. Steph, what was different tonight?
We came up with the right defensive energy and approach. Obviously, they have a lot of scoring. You have to make it tough on them all night. Jason and Jalen got off to a decent start, but we made them take tough shots. And then offensively, we were a little bit more organized in what we were trying to do from the jump. So we said we needed to play with desperation. That's what we did. Good feeling to get back on track, and now we got to take it on the road.
They won Game 1 in the fourth quarter. Tonight for you guys, it was the third quarter. Just what started clicking for you guys in the third?
Well, our third was basically the same as game one. We just got off to a better start defensively where we left an imprint on the game, and they felt us a little bit more than they did. So the other guys didn't get off as much. It's a tough task. You know, like I said, those two guys create a lot for them. But if you can contain the other guys and just try to make it difficult, that carries over to the rest of the game. And our third quarter was great, and we got enough separation that the fourth quarter is a little bit easier tonight.
What impact did Draymond have on this game, just seemingly getting under their skin all night long?
Just being himself. Exactly, like finding different ways to impact the game on both ends of the floor. Like sometimes it shows up in the stat sheet across the board. Sometimes you just feel his energy and his focus and his passion, and that gives us a lot of life. So I know he took game one personally in terms of getting back to his standard, and it was great to see.
Like you said, heading now to Boston, tied at a game apiece. You know that they're going to respond. What kind of response are you anticipating?
I mean, the same way we did tonight, but I just like the fact that we gave ourselves some life in this series. Both teams have shown they can win on the road in this playoffs. We got to go do it in this series to obviously, you know, get a championship. So I'm excited about it. Hopefully we can carry this momentum over to game three. It's going to be fun. That's what the finals are all about. Wouldn't want it any other way.
It's been fun so far. Thanks. Congrats on the win. Mark.
All right, Lisa, the Golden State Warriors now 5-0 following a loss in the postseason as we go back to Boston for games 3 and 4. The Celtics will have to make the requisite adjustments. Horford, just 2 points. Smart, just 2 points. Derek White doing pretty much what you might expect of him. He had 12 in this game 2 defeat. Well, that'll do it from here, from Chase Center. In game 2, the Warriors even it up. They heard them and felt them. 107-88, the final score. For Mark Jackson, Jeff Van Gundy, Lisa Salters, and our entire talented crew behind the camera, you never get a chance to see. Tim Corrigan, our producer, Jeff Evers, our director. I'm Mark Jones. Folks, thanks for watching ABC, the home of the NBA Finals. Stay tuned for our studio team right after the break.
I'm not like those other hotels. I'm what you call boutique. I'm into intimate conversations, leather lounge chairs, and soaking up the city's atmosphere. I'm looking to provide a more unique experience. Do you like single origin coffee over a game of chess? Me too. And don't you just feel like everything sounds warmer on vinyl? I do.
Dad, when is the future?
Oh wow. The future is, what's ahead of us?
I don't get it.
Yeah. Maybe this will help. So now, we're in the present. And now, we're in the future.
The all-electric Chevy Bolt EUV with available Super Cruise for hands-free driving.
Dad?
Yeah.
Do fish get thirsty?
Find new answers. Find new roads. Chevrolet.
There's something big brewing out here.
Oh my God.
All ships were taking heavy losses.
Could be dangerous.
I will be sure to bring my, what does Lieutenant Malloy call it? My A game.
There you go, buddy.
Something weird is going on with Holy Moly.
I wish I could help you, Rob.
That's a great idea. The Muppets and Rob Riggle save Holy Moly.
ABC Tuesday. TV's most extreme mini golf show is now sensational.
I'm ready.
Celebrational.
That was a hole-in-one.
And totally Muppetational.
Yeah. Green machine. Green machine.
One question. Why? Because it's Holy Moly forever. New Tuesday on ABC.
Trivia Titans, assemble.
Tuesday, if you want to be a game show hero, you'll have to beat the biggest brains in the game.
I'm the buzzsaw, the high roller, the lightning bolt, the stunner,
the queen.
3 challengers versus 1 trivia titan.
Cardiologist, hemoglobin.
Motorola.
That's correct.
For a massive cash prize.
Oh, it's a little hot in here. I'm glad I still have this.
The Chase, new Tuesday at 9/8 Central.
Bank on it.
On ABC and stream on Hulu.
You all
all share the same secret.
12 contestants related to the biggest celebrities on the planet compete to keep their identity a secret. From executive producers of Love is Blind to when they'll use manipulation.
My strategy is to be the realest liar that I can be.
Lies.
People are being disrespectful.
And family ties.
Whoever can keep their celebrity relative a secret will win $100,000.
Hosted by Kevin and Frankie Jonas. Claim to Fame. Premieres July 11th on ABC and stream on Hulu.
Welcome back to San Francisco, where Steph Curry led all scorers tonight with 29 for the Warriors. They explode in the third quarter and even up these NBA Finals at 1 game apiece. So the Celtics came here to get a split. They got that. The fans came here tonight to see their team keep their hopes alive in this championship series, and they got a chance to see that. With Stephen A. Smith and Michael Wilbon and Jalen Rose, I'm Mike Greenberg. And Jalen, I'll give you credit. As we were going off the air at halftime for our halftime show, you said the Warriors in the third quarter are the NBA's 31st team. Well, tonight they certainly demonstrated that.
And they consistently have done that over the last few years, and this is something, if you're the Boston Celtics, you got to pay attention to. But Steph Curry led the way. He shot confidence into his team. But the points off turnovers for the Golden State Warriors, that was the big difference. 33 big points off turnovers. When you're playing on the road in the NBA Finals, you just can't win like that.
Boston Celtics didn't come ready to play in the second half. They weren't the same team. And they played like a team that said, we came and got what we came for in game one. They didn't show up in the second half in game two. They got blitzed like, 35-14 in the third quarter. Steph Curry goes ballistic. Jordan Poole shot 1 for 5 in the first half. It was a no-show, showed up in the second half and hit a couple of big-time three-pointers. But keep this in mind. Marcus Smart had 2 points for the game, 0 points in the second half. Al Horford, who led the Celtics with 26 points in game one, had 0 points in the first half, 2 points for the game, okay? So when you take that into consideration, there is no question it was an anemic performance by the Boston Celtics. They were sloppy. They played with no urgency because they played like a team that said, we got what we came for, and the Warriors said, wake up. This is still a series to win.
They played like a team that got defended, Stephen A. They shot 37.5%. Listen to some of these numbers. Jason Tatum, who had one quarter, was 8 for 19. Al Horford, as you mentioned, 1 for 4. Jaylen Brown, 5 for 17. Marcus Smart, 1 for 6. Derek White, 4 for 13. They got defended. We asked the Golden State Warriors after the other night when they gave up a torrent of threes to play like a championship defense, and they did. So I'm not letting the Celtics off the hook with they didn't play well. They got defended. They got some of their own medicine. Golden State went back to the future and played the way we know a championship defense can play.
But this is what drives me crazy about you, Wilbon. I know you're right, but I don't believe you're being complete. I understand how elite Golden State's defense can be, but damn, 2 points?
Hey.
2? I mean, I'm just saying, there are elite defenses, okay, that put you on lockdown, and you can accidentally score 2 points in the second half of an NBA Final.
Stephen A., after the other night, when Golden State on their own floor got torched like they were in a YMCA game, all right? They had to respond with real defense. We all talked about how long and athletic and strong the Boston Celtics players were, and all that's true, by the way.
Yes.
They may respond, but look, the playoffs are about zig and zag. And Boston got away with everything they wanted to in game one and nothing in game two. That's how playoff series go.
The most fearless member of the Golden State Warriors was actually Draymond Green. I guarantee you the Boston Celtics going to look back at the footage of this game and look at the number of players that he jumped up in their face and was wolfing. They're going to show that because that level of toughness and leadership, that carried against Al Horford. It carried against Robert Williams III. Let me just say this out loud. Time Lord is injured. And it's going to be interesting to see if Robert Williams III can actually finish this series. He was out there limping, and I applaud him for trying to play. And Grant Williams got to play through the officiating. But Draymond Green, normally when a guy has a technical, Stephen A., Wilbon, and Greeny, they're not doing this. They're not doing this. The reason why he's doing that, he understood a sense of urgency, and he knew his team needed that toughness.
That was late in the second quarter. Many people wondering, would he wind up getting thrown out of the game with a second technical there? We talked about selective officiating, and he stays in and they blow him out in the second half. But to the point you were making earlier, Stephen A., the Celtics acting like they got what they came for, which I understand. But this was a 2-point game at halftime. They were right there with a chance to essentially put a stranglehold on this series, and then they got their doors blown off.
Well, I specifically said that it was the second half.
Yeah.
I didn't say the game.
No.
They said the second half when Golden State made a run, the level of urgency that they had to get a game wasn't there in game 2 because they got game 1. And I'm looking at it, and again, I'm not taking anything away from what Wilbon says in terms of how tenacious Golden State's defense was. But again, by accident, you can score 2 points. Al Horford, 2 points. Marcus Smart, 2 points. Robert Williams, 2 points. Come on, y'all. That's 6 points from 3 starters.
I want to go back to the point that you made a moment ago as well, Jalen. When we saw the Celtics struggle, we were with them through the entire Eastern Conference Finals. They turned the ball over a lot. Tonight, the edge in points off turnovers was Warriors by 18. They win the game by 19. It's not a coincidence.
Points off turnovers, what does that do? It allows the Golden State Warriors to get out in transition, play against an play with an open floor, get open shots in transition, and get layups. We are enamored by the Golden State Warriors three-point shooting because they have the Splash Brothers. But what they continue to do is always get layups. And this is why coming into this game, I was like, if the Celtics going to win game 2 on the road, it has to be their best players. Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum first half had 30